Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots are missing only Harold Landry and Marte Mapu at practice yesterday as they begin to get ready for their AFC Championship game matchup in Denver on Sunday. Mac Hollins did not have his practice window open and remained on injured reserve. Broncos had everyone on the field except their injured starting quarterback Bo Nix. The two teams will be back out there today. Minnesota defensive coordinator Brian Flores has signed a contract extension with the team. Mike McCarthy is now reportedly the front runner to become the next head coach in Pittsburgh. Celtics scored 15 straight points in the second quarter, and that handed them a big enough lead that they weren't really challenged after that. They beat Indiana at TD Garden last night, 119-104. Jaylen Brown, 30 points to lead the Green to the win. Sam Hauser added 17.
That first week or two of the season, we were just trying to figure it out, and everybody was in kind of a different role and getting used to that and adjusting to it. And then now, by this time of the season, everybody kind of realizes how they can help this team in the best way possible, and I think that's probably just the biggest change, honestly.
They'll visit Brooklyn tomorrow night. As for the Bruins, they're home to play Las Vegas this evening. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 6:30 and the face-off at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The team yesterday signed winger Alex Steves to a 2-year contract extension worth $1.625 million a season, and the Yankees have re-signed outfielder Cody Bellinger. It's a 5-year, $162.5 million contract. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Rodenhiser Home Services. You could win a new high-efficiency gas furnace from Rodenhiser if your furnace is 10 years or older, outdated, and unreliable. Go to Rodenhiser.com/5 free furnaces to enter. That's Rodenhiser.com/5 free furnaces. No purchase necessary. Rules online. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Tackle deep three, violent two-hand slam. Wow.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Toucher
You might hate me, but you're listening.
and Hardy
Don't bother me. I'm at the Pickle Palace.
on 98.5.
I know what I'm capable of.
He said something about peanut butter, right?
Yeah. Boning, baby. Make America nut again.
That's gross. That's disgusting.
Let's talk about cheese.
What are you going to have for lunch?
I was at dinner with my wife and a friend.
Kitty, kitty, pussy, kitty, kitty, kitty. Flap, flap, flap.
Shut up, I'm trying to talk to Paul.
Toucher and Hardy
Good luck trying to put your finger in it when there's a million holes.
on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Let's go.
Now, won't you? You say your pants in her, man. Somebody be up in your. We can do it the easy way or the hard way.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Toucher and Hardy, Town Fair Tire Studios, 617-779-0985. You can watch us on YouTube Live. Subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub. To do so, if you listen to our podcast or listening to our podcast now, we're now in the sports category on Apple Podcasts. So download the Apple Podcast because Felger and Maz are very high, and we are not as high as them as we are new to the sports podcast. It's very confusing to people, but you need to go to the sports podcast on Apple. Adam, how many people downloaded the show this month? Did you say?
Over 100,000 in the last 30 days. We were actually closer to 200,000 when you take all. I was just talking about the Apple alone. We were up over 100,000. But then when you take into account the other platforms you can download us on, we were up close to 200,000.
There you go. And I don't know if that's fine. I don't think it's anything big deal. But I know what's not fine is that there have been fire lights since I came in here. I got up at 3:30 this morning, not because of anything. I just got up, and there was nothing I could do about it.
Yep.
But so I was up. I did laundry. It was very exciting. I tried not to wake. My daughter was walking around. I don't know what the hell she was doing at 3:30 in the morning.
She was up at 3:30?
Yeah, she was getting water, but she was just like putzing around. And then lights didn't work in my house, and I had to check the fuse box. I had quite a little day today already.
Oh, boy.
I did the dishes. I was up, baby.
Happy Harry homemaker.
That's
Very
right.
nice.
Listen. I've got 2 children. I was doing my thing. But I got in here at 5:30, which I usually get in here around 5:45. We have a little pre-show meet, a little elbow grease for the old show. But I got here and I saw that there was a security vehicle in front, and I saw that lights in the garage were flashing. And then when I got in here, the lights were flashing, fire alarm lights. It's almost like they want us to have a seizure.
So
at some point, they want us to have a seizure.
as I was pulling up to the building and I was across the street, I saw the strobe lights going off, not just in the garage, the entire building. It looked like Nakatomi Plaza.
Yes.
It's just the whole thing is going on. How many floors do we have?
4.
Okay.
Plus 3 parking floors.
And it's
so 6.
And it's wide, so it's a decent sized building, and every strobe is going off, and every level and every room. And I saw there were 2 cars leaving the garage as I was coming in, and there's no one here when we get here except for us and the other 2
shows.
radio stations.
Yeah.
A couple of people maybe, but no one's leaving. And that same security guy was there. And as I pulled in, I saw 2 other cars leaving, and that guy was sitting there with his window down. Now, as much as you might think it is my habit of stopping and speaking with first responders, Fred, at every opportunity, it is not. I tend to, leave these brave men and women alone to do their jobs. But I thought maybe I shouldn't be going in here. I said, is it okay to go in? And he said, do you know whose facility this is? And I said, like who owns the building? Like, I don't know. There's a bunch of different, companies here.
Right.
And he kind of like held up his phone. He's like, I'm trying to get a hold of him. I'm like, okay.
Good luck.
Yeah. Did you?
Thanks. Good talking to you.
Did you Google it? Did you double check your contacts? I don't know.
Yeah.
And then what did Beaton say?
Oh, Beaton had a great story. I don't know if you want him to tell it.
No,
but...
it's just like one word that he said that was kind of troubling.
I asked if it was okay to go in. And he just kind of shrugged. He was like, I don't know. This is the firefighter. And then he just said, there's no protection.
Yeah.
That's all he said.
It was great.
What the hell's going on?
When I pulled in,
Fred.
the fire truck was leaving, and this was still going on. I'm like, oh, this isn't good.
You can go in, but there's no protection.
I know.
Yeah, like what's going on?
He shrugged his shoulders. What? Wait a minute.
And then if this isn't dead serious. If we die, like everyone's going to go, those dumbasses, our families aren't going to get any money. They're going to go, the fire alarm was going off, that they should have known not to go in. Now, you idiots took the elevator, which I cannot believe.
So
I didn't. I took the stairs.
Yeah, I took the stairs too. I at
stupid.
least took the stairs not because I thought there was a fire,
Right.
but because I thought there was a chance. Who knows? If they can't turn these lights off, they're making me sick. They really are. But
Well, I park on the first floor, so that's a lot of stairs, Fred.
that is a lot of stairs. I park on 3 like we were instructed to, and now it's become a bit of an OCD.
It's too tall. It hits the top of my truck.
Listen, we all have our reasons, but nonetheless, so this won't get turned off until everyone comes to work, which I don't know when the building people come to work, but I'm going to guess it's not early.
Right at the end of the show, I have a feeling, is when that happens.
The blue shirts?
Well, you got to figure the blue shirts can turn it off. So I'm guessing that the guys in the blue shirts will have plenty to talk about because there was the big economic conference going on.
They talk about everything.
They really talk about everything.
Down
So
the
I'd
end of the
imagine
hallway.
that, there's some business out of the way there. But, while they're having that discussion, perhaps that they could turn off these fire alarms. But I do like...
See, here's what concerns me about that. And I would think, absolutely, you're right. But if it's a fire system like it is, sometimes the fire department, the reason why they come out is they're the ones who have to turn it off.
That's what was troubling when the fire engine was leaving.
And
I'm
the fire
oh, man.
department was already here.
Yeah.
So
I'm like, wait, the lights are, why are you going? Where are you going?
If they were
Come
here
back.
and it's still on, maybe this is just what it's like all the time.
You know what?
now.
I think that it's probably a malfunction because wouldn't the sirens be going and everything? I mean, what if you're deaf?
Okay, so
or blind rather.
Well, if you go out there and you don't even have to get close to one of those lights. There are speakers embedded in most of them, not in the one here in the studio.
Right.
Those speakers are blaring some static.
So you're saying maybe they're broken.
That's good.
I don't know. Whatever.
All right.
But that's what we're dealing with today. So if we die, let it be known that we were told we could come in here.
But it's still awful announcing's fault.
Yes. But and the doors in the hallway are shut. There's doors that are never shut that are shut. There's a
I
whole
noticed
situation.
that too.
Both the security doors are shut. There's a whole situation going on.
Well, they want to contain the fire to this area. They don't want it spreading out to the financial businesses that share this floor and the ones below us.
It's just
that's
nothing.
where the important stuff is.
There's nothing sadder than when you have a job that starts early in the morning and something's going wrong, and you realize the sun's not coming up for a long time. No one's going to fix it.
No one cares about you if you're working when it's dark.
So if you're listening to us not on a podcast, you have one of these jobs probably too.
Yeah.
Unless you're a psycho that's at the gym, which God bless you.
Hell yeah.
But this is what we deal with as people that get up this early, is that you just kind of got to sit and wait. And the odd thing about radio is that arguably the most important time slot is mornings, but everything gets fixed after the morning show.
Yeah.
So now if the morning show's ratings tank or you get in trouble, it's a real big deal. But nothing ancillary to that is a big deal.
Nope.
It all has to get fixed. And conceptually, after like 9 o'clock, the audience starts getting a little thinned out because, people, the old 9 to 5 adage. That's when things start getting fixed. People start moseying in. Because that's why same reasons why the audience starts thinning out around 9 is that the people are moseying into work. So, and then by 10 o'clock, around here, 10 o'clock seems to be the witching hour when people show up. That's maybe when something will get accomplished, but we will see. Look, there's worse things in the world than a blinking light that's making you sick. Or not, I shouldn't say blinking light. Hundreds of lights.
Lots of lights.
It's a strobe.
Yeah, and they're, for fire, so they're rather bright. There's a lot of reflective images in this room.
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Reflective surfaces, I should say. So even one, the magic about the one going off in the studio is that it's banking off about 17 reflective surfaces. Yeah. So it's a real uncomfortable sitch for me. I have to be honest. Now, I know it's not Vietnam or something, but it is a big.
But by all means,
someone as fragile and frail as you, this is more than enough to set you off.
By all means, no one come and fix this. We want
Chris
to sit
has
in this
some
for the 3
information.
hours.
Oh, Chris.
Chris, go ahead.
So I work for a fire alarm company. Most likely, the fire department showed up to a false alarm, silenced the system. The strobes will keep going, and they're trying to get a hold of the alarm company to get there and reset it.
Yeah, I had no problem with the fire department.
Again. If you have an actual fire, the alarm will resound.
No, that's okay. I don't think there's a fire. I'm just more, because I don't think the fire department would leave if there's a fire. I not only do I know the fire department wouldn't leave. If there's a fire.
They look into it, then they just silence the panel and try to get a hold of the alarm company. But
which I assumed
they're probably not in yet.
Yeah, that's why when I said there was no fire alarm blaring, if there's a fire alarm blaring, I'm not coming into work. That I could tell you. If I get to the building and the fire alarm is blaring, and I've been up since 3:30 in the morning, I'm turning around and taking that as a sign to go home. That enjoy Fox Sports Radio, because that's not. Well, how are you going to do the show if the fire alarm's going off?
That would be an issue.
Yeah.
That would be an issue. So there you go. All right. Have you guys? There's an article at front page of the Globe, paper or digital.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can the heated rivalry phenomenon? Now, first of all, I'm going to ask you this: do you know what heated rivalry is? Have you heard about it?
I have not.
Well, it's part of the zeitgeist.
Okay.
You haven't heard about heated rivalry?
No.
Okay, well, I have not seen it.
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it yet either.
Well, it's apparently a very erotic.
Yeah. As soon as I saw the photo,
it's
I know
a very erotic gay hockey situation.
Well, that's redundant.
You know something I don't know?
No, it's just hockey is kind of gay. Oh, look, we're on ice skates. Ooh, look at us.
Oh, I don't
Down
think
the
so.
ice.
Not traditionally gay.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's
Not with all those missing teeth.
very femme.
That's very butch.
Very femme.
Oh, well, then this is rough trade. I would say. I mean, I haven't seen a mustache on anyone. I mean, maybe some of these announcers, they got these guys with the podcast, they got all kinds of fun facial hair. Maybe that's a whole situation. But so I will ask you, John, you don't even know. You've never even heard of it.
I have not.
Do you like hockey?
I do.
Well, then it seems to me a pretty blatant case of homophobia.
Oh.
To not know the HBO drama Heated Rivalry.
Right.
How that couldn't even be on your radar. Because it's again, part of the zeitgeist, the HBO drama Heated Rivalry. Is it because it's gay that you won't watch the hockey
I don't
drama?
think that's it at all, Fred. No.
Have you ever seen the movie Goon?
No.
Wow.
I know what it is.
You know what that is.
I know what that is.
Because it's not gay, because that's your problem.
Okay.
Did you ever see Slapshot?
Yes.
Mighty Ducks?
Yes.
It's funny how you've seen those things, but not Heated Rivalry. The gay relationship bothers you, doesn't it?
Youngblood.
You haven't even heard of it.
Youngblood I've seen, yes.
Well, Youngblood, there was something going on between Rob Lowe and Dirty Dancing fella over there, Patrick Swayze.
Oh.
Did you say Mighty Ducks?
Yeah.
I did say Mighty Ducks.
Slapshot. Sit down and watch Slapshot in its entirety.
Doesn't really hold up all that well.
If you dare.
No.
Well, not if you want to laugh.
Not if you want to be entertained.
No.
Consistent.
Held up as a modern cinema, held up as a cinematic classic.
And
not so much.
Just to show you I'm not playing favorites, I would say the same thing about Caddyshack. No, sit down, watch it from the beginning and all the way through, if you dare.
Caddyshack's better than Slapshot.
I agree,
Yes.
but there are still...
Well, Bill Murray's not funny in Caddyshack.
No.
That's an issue.
It's
now, Rodney Dangerfield is.
But you watch it for Ted Knight.
Ted Knight's good in it, too. Yes. So
Ted Knight's great in it.
Yeah.
Chevy Chase is all right in it, too. I don't think it's, like, particularly, like, riotous. Like, I wouldn't go, hey, kids, go watch Caddyshack with me.
No.
Like, because, like, I just know they'd think it's boring.
Not if you want them to ever take a movie recommendation from you ever again.
What's funny about 80s comedies, though, like anything from, like, basically 79 to 85, is that there's just going to be a nude scene. And not a nude scene, like a sex scene. Just like a nude scene.
Yeah.
Trading Places was the best. So, like, 4 Thanksgivings ago, I said, let's watch Trading Places. My kids were, I guess, 12 and 10. And so, like, whatever, like, I'm not, like, a prude. They watch rated R movies. They have foul mouths, all these things. It doesn't bother me. But we watched Trading Places, and I knew that Jamie Lee Curtis takes off her top in front of the mirror, and I knew that happened.
As a caller once famously said to Zolak and Bertrand, dumps him out twice.
That's a great line.
Dumps him out.
She does. She dumps him out twice.
That's good.
Oh, but that's, you know what? That's from Heated Rivalry. They have no use for those.
Okay.
So I never got anywhere with the Heated Rivalry thing. But anyway, so but there's this other scene.
It died on the vine, but that's all right.
Yeah, no, but
you attacked John, and it served its purpose.
No, I had more to go, but you brought something else that I like better. So you know that happens, right? And there's like, it just shows she's like hot. Like I think it kind of justifies him like staying with her, even though she's a prostitute and he's rich at the end. Dan Aykroyd.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, so it is a plot device.
I do think in some ways it serves the film. It doesn't seem extraneous. It doesn't seem, is that the right word? It doesn't seem like excessive. Anyway, but you won't recall this, or maybe you will. Eddie Murphy has a party at Dan Aykroyd's place.
I'm ready for you, Billy Ray.
And there's just a bunch of nude chicks with very small breasts. That's why you remember. And there's and it's like, why? Yeah. Like that one was more of a sociological situation.
Well, let me tell you something.
What was going on that this needed to happen in 1984?
2 scenes during the party scene, or the 2 cuts during the party scene. The first one that you are referring to is the woman who is doing a very suggestive dance. You want me to take this one down? You want me to take this one down? And when she does, she reveals Not much at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Like almost dangerously flat.
Yes, but the woman waiting in bed, she is well endowed. The one who says, I'm ready for you, Billy Ray.
Yeah, I was so distracted at that point by the smallness of the other woman's breast that I mean, it's a real situation. Like, it's almost odd that they agreed to get nude or that they were picked to be
I think
the
it's
nude
option
one.
B. It's weird. Option B. Why would you pick?
Like, if all of us remember,
to,
like, how, I mean, these are like uncommonly small breasts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hardy's all for it. That's why he remembers it. But she is loose morals.
Yeah, does that skew you the other way? What
yeah.
what's going on?
And the whole dance with the whole, like, you want to see this, you want to see, that's a little too much, Little Miss, look at me.
Yeah.
So, I don't care for that.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you, that is my thing. If you have young children and you are looking to recapture some sort of, or show a comedy, very difficult to find a comedy of recent years. They pretty much stopped making them. They just are doing superhero films and things of that nature.
And when you think about it, like, the great comedies of the last 20, 25 years, and I would count Wedding Crashers in that lot.
Yeah, Wedding Crashers, good movie.
You get nudity at the very beginning, and that's it. You get it during the montage of them crashing all these different weddings, and you get all the topless shots in a row. But after that, nothing.
It's not the nudity that I find odd. It's just the apparent lack of context for the nudity that I find odd. Like it was kind of a box to be checked off.
Are you saying that Ty Webb and Lacey Underall could have told their story without her getting topless in the seduction scene when he's doing the acupuncture?
But he does improvise the small. You have very small breasts line. You can tell Chevy Chase improvised that because she like really does laugh.
Yeah,
like she's like embarrassed by it.
Yeah.
So maybe that was necessary. But does the Irish chick get naked in that?
No.
Yeah. Yes, she does. There's one scene. Caddyshack?
Yeah, I
yes,
think she
there's
does
one,
get naked.
There's one scene. Yes, she does.
When they're in the bed?
Yes.
I don't think she has her shirt off and she's wearing the granny panties and you can see the bottoms of her feet.
I'm going with Hardy.
No,
the bottoms of her feet are filthy. That's what's so gross about that. And then D'Annunzio is outside. Shut up, Wallach. D'Annunzio is outside jumping up and down trying to get a look. And when they cut to the outside, he doesn't even have to jump. He's standing up, but he's standing up at like window level. So again, that's a physical bit that failed. Just missed the mark a little bit, Mr. Ramus.
D'Annunzio, not physically as imposing as he was written to be. Now, you gotta love the Irish lady. She's very not good looking.
So do you know who she is in Animal House?
Yeah. She's the one that has the stuffed bra with the devil and the angel.
Not Irish.
They made her Irish for no reason.
They made her Irish in Caddyshack. Well, because she is the daughter of the head greenskeeper,
who had to be Irish
or Scottish. He's wearing
Scottish
to be holding a job like that.
Yeah, got to be.
You have to be from one of the lesser European countries that as thought of at that time.
Damn your eyes, man!
Scots are Irish.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, very good. We will be back.
Covered everything. I don't even know if we have much left show to do now.
Much left show to do.
Much left show to do. Us not.
Maybe, perhaps, no. All right, we will be back in just a moment. Your Boston Celtics with a barn burner last night. So much more. We will have that for you coming right up. Toucher and Hardy. Hardy, what happened last evening that the people need to be caught up on?
The Boston Celtics were taking on the Indiana Pacers. Even Chris Forsberg told us yesterday he's bored of watching Celtics-Pacers. He doesn't need to see this matchup again. But you saw it last night from TD Garden, and Jaylen Brown continuing not only to assert himself, but do it not from three-point range. He doesn't need that anymore.
Body by Pritchard. Use the Potter screen to dribble around him. Cross-court, Jarris Walker dribbles to the top of the circle. Jumper way too strong. Rebound, Karam's off the top of the backboard and comes right back down the middle. Good. Back rim, up in the air, hit the top of the backboard, and fell right back down the middle. You couldn't do that again in 1,000 tries.
Yeah, but Jaylen Brown can do it. He's hitting the mid.
Watch me.
Hitting these.
Tell me what else I can't do.
You should have been in that game of horse during COVID. You could, if you could. Oh hit shots like that.
I could have made it much more depressing.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Oh, you're right. That is not possible. That was the most depressing thing of all time.
Trae Young in his parents' driveway in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
The most ill-conceived everything about it. The whole notion that they couldn't have had horse somewhere else was ill-conceived.
Yeah.
By the world.
Nobody could travel. Nobody could go anywhere. You couldn't be around anyone.
Maybe if they allowed that, we wouldn't be where we are now.
But you don't hit 30 points again without hitting at least a couple of threes.
Pritchard for Hauser. He's had a great night shooting threes. This one, no rims out. Garza attacks the rebound assignment. Shovels out to Pritchard. They want Hauser instead. Jaylen Brown to try a left side three, and it's good. Those are killer. Put back threes off offensive rebounds.
Thank you very much, Sean Grady. 30 points for Jaylen Brown as the Celtics get the lead. Never look back. 119-104 over the Pacers last night.
Yeah.
John, go ahead.
Oh, Jaylen Brown.
You obviously watched it from tip to tail.
I did watch it. That was the only three Jalen hit.
That's why you don't know about heated rivalry.
Because I was watching basketball. That's true.
Well, if I think you are unaware of what's going on. Because of your obsession of just in the world, because of your obsession with the Celtics basketball.
It could be limiting in some way, shape, or form.
Your homophobia.
Right.
I don't think he watched the game.
No, he watched the game.
I don't know that.
Believe me, he watched the game.
How much? You just turned that thing off?
Most of it. Yeah, I watched most.
I think he watched all of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it was most of it. If he turned it off, he might have turned it off.
Well, I turned it off because I had to go get like subs for the kids for dinner.
You listened to it then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What time did you go? Wait a sec. What time did you go get subs to feed the kids dinner?
7:45.
Nice dinner. Subs.
So you at the very beginning you missed.
Second quarter.
All those nitrates.
First quarter. End of the first quarter.
These poor kids.
Yeah.
Having subs. So late at night, sleeping on that cured meat. Their poor stomachs.
We got a great sub place right near us too. It's great.
Good for you.
Super yummy.
Hey, just because you don't have that, what I have, don't be upset.
See,
great
making
sub
fun
place.
of your use of the term yummy.
Super yummy.
For Jaylen Brown, it doesn't matter if he's hitting 30 again or not. He's still got issues with the refs.
That's important when you're playing good teams. Regardless of the X's and O's, you can say complaints or not. If you're not, you get into the free throw line less than 10 times, less than 6-8 times a game. It's tough to win a ball game.
Stop it.
Especially playing through physicality.
Yeah, he's got something going on.
Stop it.
Just keep putting pressure on him.
You got to stop this. You
he's
have
in a
to
bad
stop.
place.
This is after he had 9 free throws last night. I mean, you got to stop this. You say it once. You understand, get everyone to understand you're upset, maybe get a few calls down the road, but this is the third time in 2 weeks. That's enough.
Well, it doesn't seem to resonate with him that if you keep complaining about not getting enough calls, unless instructed otherwise by the league, the refs are probably just going to push back the other way. I push, you pull, I push.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be their inclination. Oh, all right. You think you're not getting enough calls? I'm really going to watch, and I'm really going to see how many of these are fouls. Because generally, in the NBA, you go into the paint, you put up a shot, they just instinctively go to the whistle. They figure you're going to get fouled. And if there were a game or two where he wasn't getting the calls and he continues to bitch about it, all right, you know what? We're actually going to see how many times you actually get fouled. And if they might be actually calling the game properly now. I don't know.
Jaylen Brown drives to the basket more than just about anybody else in the league. And I understand he's upset because he takes more contact in today's three-point shooting world. But whatever you're complaining, it's now however much you're complaining, it's now counterproductive, as you were saying. I mean,
it's just not only counterproductive.
It's enough.
It's just annoying.
Yes.
I mean, if anything, it's not doing anything. I mean, him continuing to bitch about it proves that it's not doing anything, and it's just annoying. So
you had just
even
as many free throws as anybody else last night.
Taking the officiating out of it, just for your public image, it's annoying. And he is concerned with his public image. He's very concerned with his public image. I mean, you guys experienced that yourselves. I mean, not often do you do an interview while the interview person is live streaming.
Yes.
Especially when they're a athlete worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The idea that having 200 people watch them on Twitch wasn't of importance to them shows that there is a bit of fame hunger in there.
If you think about it, and Hardy, you remember this, it wasn't just that he was being filmed, it's that he was rolling about 5 or 6 deep as he went from one room to another. Everybody else kind of showed up by themselves. Jaylen Brown had people.
That's the quickest way to lose your money. Ask MC Hammer, the entourage.
Yeah, but I think they were all Celtics people.
Oh, all right. Well, that's possible.
I think it was Celtics media, and they were kind of all in, pushing their chips, saying, like, this is the story of this season. Jaylen Brown is the man.
I can't wait for that to come out. It will just be a montage of him bitching about referees. What was the video that he made? Remember, you see, we don't even remember. There was some high production video.
A music video.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I asked him about that, and I said, notably in that music video, you guys are out on the town in Boston having a great time. And I think it's interesting that in one shot you can see one of these, very artistic, old school downtown clocks on the corner. And as you guys are out there rolling, living your best lives, I think it was 9:40. Because you can't go out and have a good time any later than that in Boston. He's like, oh, you watched it a lot closer than I did. And I said, well,
maybe you should have a more astute eye for these things.
Right.
Like you should do about officiating. Maybe you should move that into the realm of television if you're going to get into this.
No.
Do we even remember what it was?
I do not. I remember the video, but I don't remember what
I don't know
about.
anything about the song.
Was it his song?
Don't remember.
Okay.
Don't know.
That's not good news.
No, it didn't resonate with anybody.
For our brains or for the sticking power of that song or the popularity of it. But I'll tell you this, it's no heated rivalry.
No, it's not. Let's turn our attention to football. We're going to get into the Bills stuff here in a few minutes, but first, Drake May was speaking yesterday. They're playing in Denver, which is how many feet high?
5,280.
Very good, John.
I haven't thrown it out to before.
It's a mile high.
That's right.
Been to Colorado or to a place with altitude.
Yeah.
Why is Colorado so difficult? Colorado Rocky Bear.
Yeah.
I haven't thrown it out to before. I've never really been to Colorado or to a place with altitude that I've thrown a football
without Sue?
A place with altitude.
Oh, I've wondered who Sue is. Sue his wife? He's never been to a place without Sue? Well, that's codependent.
I've never really been to Colorado or to a place with altitude that I've thrown a football at.
What? The hell's wrong with him?
I've never been to
Does he have
Colorado
a concussion?
or a place with altitude. So,
how did you get altitude out of that?
I've never really been to Colorado or to a place with altitude that I've thrown a football at. But
Outsu. Nick, have you been talking to Drake May? Is he living with you while his house is refurbished in Westwood?
Are you helping him with his Instagram account?
Ferreiro?
Instagram?
Place with altitude that I've thrown a football at, but I think there is some adjustment to it. I think feeling out in warm-ups and seeing what the deep ball is like or kind of what the altitude does. I think the biggest thing is just for us, just fatigue-wise. I think we'll try to get a feel for it in warm-ups, and I know it's a little different. But
Something going on with him? I'm not kidding. I'm actually not kidding.
It's been a long season, Fred. He's taken a lot of punishment.
Well, is he talking differently than he talked at the beginning of the season?
Not really. No.
He doesn't have a lazier tongue?
I don't think so. I think this is pretty much all the way through.
But you know me, I can't listen to him talk. Not because it's bad, but just because he says nothing. So it's it's difficult to get through, which is the dream, which is what you want your quarterback to do. Don't mistake this for hating on Drake May. It's not at all. His job's not to give. He's not a dick, which is all you really have to not be. And so his job's not to give interesting answers. His job is sort of to be engaging and not give interesting answers at the same time, which can be difficult. So again, I'm going out of my way to tell you, this is really a praise of Drake May. I just can't. I just tune out immediately when he starts talking. But there, he seemed almost like a lazy tongue, maybe tired.
Well, you mentioned his wife and his codependent relationship. That's not good. It's a very healthy relationship, Fred. So much so that they play games and they have fun and they compete. He keeps his compete level up even in the home.
Shoot, she's it could be board games. She started playing mahjong. I haven't got into that, but something like that, or playing
She
Battleship.
plays what?
I think he said mahjong.
Mahjong. It's a Vietnamese game. Mahjong.
She started playing mahjong. I haven't got into that.
I don't know what's going on with him. This is how
he's having trouble with mahjong.
And altitude. And Colorado.
No, I'd say his problem with 3 words.
Aqua uki.
Now, I have trouble with words, too. Believe me.
Yeah.
I'm aware of where I speak. I don't say interview the same way as everyone else does.
Something like
Kani.
All right.
that, or playing Battleship or cards, or anything that goes on for me playing her. We picked up tennis a little bit in the off season. Try to take it easy on the shoulder a little bit, but she's picked up tennis and trying anything we can compete in. She's a great athlete.
They're the luckiest people in the world. They really are. They met in middle school. They're completely content living this life of like a 90-year-old in hospice. That's how you stay happy. These are the people that are the happiest in the world. What you just described. What do you want to do tonight, honey? Play Battleship. Oh, that's fun. And then you sit and play Battleship, and you're perfectly content. That's all. Like you've just eased in at like 23 into a life of like an 80-year-old. Mahjong. My mom plays Mahjong.
Yeah.
My mom's 83. Like that's what you've like really. But that's who's happy.
Watch any movie where they're depicting old women in a some type of assisted living facility, and what are they playing?
Mahjong. But this is who's happy in the world. I mean, these are the people that. This is John. This is John's life.
I don't like Battleship.
It's
are you a
personal.
foodie?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
He doesn't. He can't even tell you what he's interested in. His brain is perfectly fine. John's the happy.
Are you a foodie?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
He would have agreed with anything you said. You should have said serial killer.
I eat out. I eat different kinds of foods. I enjoy cooking, preparing foods.
This sounds a brain scrambling. And the question is again, what do you enjoy? That was
John cooks shrimp scampi.
He goes, can you make it? No. It's too hard. I can't do it. The garlic and butter? No. No, I can't do it. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
never changed. It's the same thing over and over and over and over. It's just never good. It wasn't funny the first time.
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
Fire alarm's still going off.
No, 9:30, 9:45.
No, we've been informed by Steve that the building maintenance folks are aware of the situation. They're going to reset and turn off the alarm. Apparently, there was some sort of alarm, but there was a pipe burst as well. The whole situation.
Okay, and it's not. I never said it was anyone at the station's responsibility at all. I'm just wondering when the building, them being aware of it, and the pipe bursting doesn't. Oh, there it goes. It just happened.
Nice.
Wow.
There it is.
I never would have gotten 649. That I got to tip my cap to the people of the building. That
Fantastic.
649 is much better than I would have thought. I'm not being sarcastic. I really thought we were talking about like 9:15.
Mm-hmm.
But there you go. And not even overly cold last night. So the pipe bursting, a little bit of a surprise. Hardy, that's got to throw you for a loop.
I don't know from them pipes. I saw something on the news yesterday, which I've known about for a while. A lot of people like to fiddle around with their thermostats. You know, drop it down at night. Or if I'm going to be away for a week, I'll just turn the furnace off. Nope. You got to keep a pretty high level of warmth, especially when it gets colder, because if you let the internal temperature of your home's infrastructure, the mechanicals, get too cold, that's when you get the pipe bursting and stuff. Just keep it heated.
Yeah, mine
Just keep
at
it
my
heated.
place at 56, they kick in. You can't. That's the floor. It won't let you get below 56. No, I've never even experimented with that, but it says like minimum 56, even when the heat's off. The heat will automatically kick in if it registers that the temperature of the home is at 56.
Like when you go away, do you adjust your thermostat so you're not heating the home as much?
I turn them off, but they will turn on if the temperature gets I won't turn them off in the winter, but I don't go away in the winter. I mean, December I don't really count because it's not that cold, but they would kick in at 56. So I do turn them off, but if say there was some crazy thing over Christmas where it got super cold, the thermostat would automatically kick on heat if the internal temperature of the house got into 56.
Okay.
So whoever came up with that equipment thought the temperature that the house needs to be to have not infrastructure problems is 56. And who am I to argue? I just know that I have recessed lighting that needs to be new bulbs put in, which is going to cost me hundreds of dollars again because I can't do anything in this home on my own. Like I needed a guy to come out. Did I tell you that on my birthday?
Not on your birthday.
A bunch of smoke alarms started going off.
Oh, hey, that's fun.
So I had to pay a guy to come out, and I couldn't. And I had plans on my birthday, so I couldn't like. They were going like bam, 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 and I like put the batteries in, and I did everything. I pulled one off. It turned out it was like glued to the ceiling, and it just came hanging off. I unplugged them from like the source. I did everything, so I had to pay $800 to have a guy come out, or $650.
Did he replace them all?
He like did whatever he did. He got on and he did the one in the garage, which was 20 feet in the air. So that was the whole situation. He was a fan of the show, so I had to tip him. So, but I could tell when he walked in. I had cash ready because I knew he was going to say something. He had that He had that little sparkle in his eye.
He got that look.
He's got that look at him. And no, but I couldn't. I'm helpless. I put a new battery in. I had batteries. I did everything, and I couldn't get it to work.
You might want to consider the Scott Zolak method, which is if you have one smoke or carbon that goes bad and it trips the entire system, what you do is you rip them all down, and you just have the exposed hole in the ceiling everywhere throughout your home.
And then you take the day off while you wait for the guy to show up to fix them.
Well, you keep it that way for years. You can't take every day off. No, you don't fix them, John.
Oh.
You just take them down and you say, "Hey, if there's a fire, we'll just put it out. We'll know because we'll feel the heat."
Sure.
The carbon monoxide. The carbon monoxide is what bothers me more than the fire. is that the idea that you could have a carbon monoxide leak.
That's a silent killer.
And yeah, you could just be. It happened to those people in New Hampshire. I think they were from Newton. There was a family that was like at a vacation home in New Hampshire, and they just never woke up because they went to bed. They didn't know the carbon monoxide. It's very important. Very important. Thank you.
I want to share with you one thing from a Lions podcast, which nothing to do with my Lions fandom. Just I found it interesting. Amon-Ra St. Brown, who has a podcast. Always a good idea.
Yeah, and thank you for saying that because my whole take on this situation is based on that. This is the Amon St. Brown podcast, okay? This is a very important thing to keep in mind during this. Go ahead.
Right. This is not a gotcha moment.
Yeah, this is Amon St. Brown's podcast.
Yes, the recent episode had this to say.
Bro, I see crazy Lions fans talking crazy, like, oh, why would we do this? Like, bro, do you guys, like, have no trust in Dan? In the Lions, like, you think they would just hire a random dude? Like, be for real. Like, you think they don't know what they're doing? They don't do their research. They don't interview. Like, most of you guys don't know really much about anything, about any ball.
Okay, so stop it. So my thing here is this, is that Lions fans they should have total trust in the organization. It's been a real hoot since 1967. When they won one playoff game in my lifetime before Dan Campbell came in. So excuse the fans' hesitancy to crown every move that franchise makes as being gold. Because Amon St. Brown, you've been around for 4 years, so you would know. And second, well done. So to Amon St. Brown podcast, that the only way that anyone would ever listen to that is if you say something dumb. So all you did was give a microphone to only your dumb thoughts. No one was ever going to listen to it. It was not going to give you any opportunity. It was going to fail. And now that we're on these sports podcast Apple rankings, these shows, no one listens to them. Even by Apple standards, no one listens to them. There's like 4 podcasts, and Felger and Maz is one of them that people listen to. And that's because of the Patriots. So, like, they're really a waste of time. I thought we do better than, like, all these athletes, and we're a live local radio show. That's pathetic. So there's really no reason. I'm just telling you, there's no reason for him to be doing it. It's never going to make him a dime.
He's probably making some money, and he just sees it as found money, and he gets.
I don't think he's making any money.
Oh, he's sponsored. Someone gave him $10,000 to do.
I don't know about that.
The twice a month podcast for a year.
I don't know about that. That's ambitious. But
for Amon-Ra St. Brown,
fine. Yes. Say they gave him $10,000.
So I'm just saying it's very short-sighted of these guys.
Well,
to say
he's certainly not doing it for the money. Let's just put it that way, because you could ask him, you could give him $10,000 to come to your house and like serve cupcakes, and he's not going to do it. The reason he's doing it is because he thinks he's like a talented guy. So the thing is, he's not, and he's got a podcast, and all this podcast is going to do is elevate a dumb thought and make it a national thought. He never would have said that in a regular interview. He never would have said that to the media in a press conference. He never would have said that in the locker room. And now he said something dumb because he's got to have the Amon St. Brown podcast, because every athlete's got to have a podcast, which is fine. But I got news for you. No one's listening to it. And the only thing that it's going to do is the one person that covers the team that's like forced to listen to all your crap is going to hear you say something dumb, put it on something that people actually pay attention to, and then it's going to get picked up by everything that people pay attention to. That's how broadcasting works. Believe me, when I get in trouble for something that I say, it's very rarely people in Boston that are the ones causing the trouble. It's that it gets picked up by awful announcing. It gets picked up by like CNN in some cases, and then it's everyone not in Boston that comes on. So like Amon St. Brown broadcasting to the ether isn't the problem. The problem, so he does these dumb shows and no one listens. The problem is when he says something, again, like I bet you there's someone from the Free Press, Detroit Free Press, which is garbage paper anyway, but they has to sit there and listen to it. And then he goes, oh my God, whoa. And then he writes about it in the Free Press, and then someone else sees it, and then it goes that we hear it and playing it on Boston radio. So my advice to athletes is, don't do a podcast. Barkley didn't have a podcast. Think of it. Shaq didn't. I mean, he might now.
No, Shaq's everywhere now.
No. But the thing is that I'm just thinking of athletes that became hot-ass like broadcasters. Like Romo didn't get famous because he had a podcast. I'm just thinking about athletes that turned it in.
Draymond Green to stop his podcast?
Draymond Green might be like one guy that might actually, like, because he's taking the Barkley role somewhere when he retires. Right. So, like, whatever. Like, he's talented.
Yes.
Well, Draymond Green's not going to say anything that is going to ruffle feathers because he's been ruffling feathers his whole career.
That's kind of what he wants.
Yeah, he would only be furthering his brand if he did something like this.
I'm sure, like, you could name, like, I'm sure 5 guys where I would go, okay, that guy's an exception to this, right? So, out of every athlete in the world that I'm aware of, you could maybe name 5 guys, and Draymond Green's one of them. He's going to be who he is, and he's going to be a broadcaster when he retires.
Maybe Amon-Ra is just starting out.
Trouble. Yeah, well, his trouble won't. Yeah, the trouble doesn't really affect him. He's like Barkley in that way.
Yes. Maybe Amon-Ra is just starting out. Maybe he's feeling his way along. Maybe he'll be better in a year or two.
All it's going to do is cause him problems. All it's going to do is cause him problems, or it's going to do nothing. And those are the two things. And if I was his agent, I'd be like, dude, just stop. You can talk to national audiences. You can talk to 40 million people after the Thanksgiving game. Win that game and go eat the turkey. That's when people see you. That's when people see your face. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and Hut. 65 years of broadcasting. Sports Hub headlines. Presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots were missing only Harold Landry and Martin Mapu at practice yesterday as they get closer to their AFC Championship game matchup in Denver on Sunday. Drake May's team went unbeaten away from Foxborough during the regular season.
Coming off the field at their place with screaming fans and coming out with a win, I think it's pretty cool to celebrate in a way locker room that's different. And Coach has always been saying Road Warriors, so we're trying to find that one more time and finish out strong what we've done this year. And we got a tough job and tough challenge, but I think the guys will be pumped up and ready for it.
Matt Collins remained out yesterday as the Patriots did not open up his 21-day practice window. The Broncos, meanwhile, let everyone at practice yesterday with the exception of injured quarterback Bo Nix. Mike McCarthy is now reportedly the favorite to become the next head coach in Pittsburgh. Celtics got 30 points and 10 rebounds from Jaylen Brown. They beat Indiana last night, 119-104 at TD Garden. Pascal Siakam had a game-high 32 points for the Pacers at a loss. The Celtics visit Brooklyn tomorrow night. Nets played last night. They lost by 54 to the Knicks, 120-66. Bruins face Las Vegas tonight at TD Garden. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 6:30 and the face-off at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. And the Bruins yesterday re-signed winger Alex Steves to a 2-year contract extension. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, keeping drains flowing for homes and businesses in the greater Boston area since 1976. Go to johnsewer.com. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Sunday, the Patriots fly to the Mile High City to take on the Denver Broncos. The AFC Championship game. The Pats, the Broncos, on your home for New England Patriots football all season long. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Oh boy, I guess it's time for more Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
We are Toucher and Hardy. You can watch us on YouTube. You can download our podcast. All these things are available to you. Subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. We were on the air when Sean McDermott was fired. But there was a press conference finally explaining this, what seemingly strange and random decision. It was the owner of the Bills, Terry Pegula, and his protege, man by name of Brandon Beane. Now, Brandon Beane and McDermott came in at the same time. And so the roster, they're lockstep together. And you could look at the Bills and you could say, why is the roster good enough to promote your GM to like a president who's in charge of basically, and the coaches are going to have to report to him and fire your coach? Why was it coaching and not the roster? He was asked that 8 different ways. He couldn't answer it. And then he said, Pegula said that Beane was completely unaware of McDermott being fired. However, Beane was announced as having the elevated position like an hour after McDermott was fired. So he just popped up and said, hey, you want this job? He said, yeah. And then it became official within like a half an hour.
Yeah, that's right.
No, that's not how it works.
Oh.
No, I would imagine there would have to be a negotiation and things of that nature that would take longer than a half an hour. Contracts would have to be drawn up. All of these things. I find it very difficult to believe that Brandon Beane wasn't involved in the firing of Sean McDermott. But nonetheless, why did Pegula fire? What happened? Why? Why fire Sean McDermott? Here is a little bit of the explanation.
My decision to bring in a new coach was based on the results of our game in Denver.
Right. In a game where he kept saying it's an interception. He said 5 times during the press conference that controversial call that he said it wasn't an interception. It wasn't an interception. So if the game was officiated right, McDermott would still have his job.
This is the crazy thing because, before you started playing this, if you want to give Pegula or any owner the benefit of the doubt, you would say making a major move like this is based on the big picture. It's based on everything that's happened the years prior, where you see the organization going next year, how things have come together, and, the infrastructure of the team, everything. You're not going to have a knee-jerk fan-type reaction where you lose a game and you fire the coach as a result of it. So that's not the case. That's not how these people operate. So again, Fred, what did he say?
My decision to bring in a new coach was based on the results of our game in Denver.
And
That's lunacy.
Well, it's also what scares you about rooting for professional sports franchises is you're really just rooting for the money-making toy of a eccentric billionaire. Like you're investing all this, like, you want to get depressed, think about us. You're investing your whole professional career, all of this time. I mean, you're talking about, 40 hours a week between the show and the research, 50 hours a week in the games. I mean, so much of your life, when you look back at your life, was revolving around this garbage. And it's all just based on the eccentricities of a billionaire.
Buffalo Bills fans, when looking at that press conference, I know there's a lot more to get to. You look at yourself and go, "Oh dear."
Well, they were all so hell bent to get rid of McDermott. They were all. We put up a video of me criticizing the McDermott firing, and there were a lot of Bills fans that were like, "No, we wanted this. We wanted this."
Yeah.
And I said, "Be careful what you wish for. I don't know who you're bringing in."
What I would expect is the polar opposite of what he said.
Okay, but there's more to it. There's more. Maybe he can explain it.
I want to take you in the locker room after that game. I looked around. First thing I noticed was our quarterback with his head down, crying. I looked at all the other players. I looked at their faces and our coaches. I walked over to Josh. He didn't even acknowledge I was there. First thing I said to him, I said, "That was a catch."
Again, so that was a catch.
Boom.
So McDermott would still have his job. If the officials officiated the game right, in your opinion, then McDermott would still have his job.
But I have to take this anger out on somebody. I got to make sure
somebody made my quarterback cry.
I don't think it's
I'll get him for you.
I don't think that he was crying. I think that he didn't acknowledge him. He found it very important to say, Josh wouldn't even acknowledge me. Think about it. I own this team. The quarterback won't even acknowledge me. He's the big star. I want him to be his friend. He won't even acknowledge me. Why would you put he wouldn't even acknowledge me? Like, if you go into if someone you knew, like dad died, and you walked into a room and there were like people crying over the dad dying, and you were retelling the story to me, I don't think you would go, "Hey, I walked into the room and Debbie was crying and she wouldn't even acknowledge me." Right? Like that you would think as an empathetic person,
yes,
you would
because
walk into
the
the
moment
room,
is not about you.
Right? Like you would realize the guy's going through his own thing.
Yeah. Probably leave your own ego outside.
Right. Like you are like ancillary. Like you are not part of the tale that you are telling. You are just an observer relating things you observed to me. Installing yourself as someone who wasn't even acknowledged makes you like
an idiot.
Right. And like we lost and I wasn't acknowledged. I mean, this is a real double dip for me.
We all know what I'm talking about. He didn't acknowledge me.
He says it twice. That wasn't a replay. That he says it twice.
He just sat there sobbing. He was listless. He had given everything he had to try to win that game. And looking around, so did all the other players on the team.
So, wait, stop
I saw
for a
the
second.
pain.
Why fire the head coach whose job it is to get the most out of his players? They didn't lose because they didn't try. He just said that the players gave everything they had.
That's a good
right?
point.
That's the head coach's job.
And if there's that depressed, like obviously they care. Right. That's a good point. Like if you walked in the locker room and no one cared, maybe that would be what pissed me off.
Your quarterback was inconsolable by your own admission. Everyone was exhausted, having given everything they had, and you're going to fire the guy that got them to that point?
That's a good point.
It's the polar opposite of what you would expect or want an owner to go up there and say, and then the reasons he gives are the reasons for that opposite thing.
Right. That's an excellent point. Yeah, if you go in the locker room and everyone's devastated and exhausted, that means the coach has gotten them to buy in and do to their very best effort. And Yeah, if you went in the locker room and everyone was like dicking around and like grab assing and like laughing, then you would be like, what the hell am I paying these guys for? No one cares but me. If I care more than the players, this is a loony bin. I got to get everyone out of here.
He's 11 years old and someone stole his crayon and he needs to take it out on somebody.
This was a really bad mistake. I thought it at the time, and now I think I don't think I'm alone. I don't think anyone's hearing this and going, wow, this was a well-thought-out, shrewd move.
It's good performance there at the podium.
With 10 other openings, too, so it's a real diluted class.
How did McDermott last 9 years with this guy having to talk to this guy?
Well, I also don't like that the GM was in the background, obviously orchestrating this. That's not too manly of him.
And Josh's face at his presser, and I felt his pain. I know we can do better, and I know we will get better. I want to express my confidence in the guy sitting next to me, Brandon Beane, and the job he has done in resurrecting this franchise. I'm not going to sit here and defend everything that we have done as a franchise.
All right, whatever. Okay, so Keon Coleman has been a real bust as a wide receiver. He was a first-round pick by Buffalo. So Brandon Beane is the GM. He's just been elevated to, like, president or whatever the hell it is. He's got a higher title. And so, what about the roster? What about, let's just use last year's first-round pick? It doesn't really work out. How about that?
The wide receiver position has been an issue with this team, and a lot of people out there believe you have failed in the free agent market, and then obviously with the Keon Coleman signing, which hasn't worked out. How do you answer the fact that you have not given Josh a good enough wide receiver room thus far?
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff.
Okay, by the way, Keon Coleman's in his second year, starting his second year.
He's on the roster.
All right, so let's go to the Ryan, is the first clip from the Combine? All right, this is the Combine after Keon Coleman runs the 4.5. This is Brandon Beane. This is the GM who didn't want Keon Coleman talking about Keon Coleman.
Big surprises?
By the way, he's throwing food in his mouth like an idiot, like a child who knows he's being filmed. That drives me crazy.
Big surprises?
Just wait.
I'm glad he ran that. Help you get him.
Gabe was mid
4.54.
So he runs this disappointing 40, and the reason we kept that noise in is because he knows he's being filmed, and the guy next to him goes like, what do you make of that? Because he ran a crappy 40 time. And he kicks back and starts throwing. It's such an affectation. It would drive you too crazy too, Hardy, if you saw it. He like kicks back like Fonzie and starts throwing nuts in his mouth. Not the owners. That was his press conference. So he starts throwing nuts in his mouth and and taking his time munching on them before he answers with confidence that he's glad. Now let's take you to the war room when the Bills are up on the clock before they take Keon Coleman. Let's hear the coaching staff pushing for Keon Coleman. You idiots know there are cameras in these rooms, don't you? This is, again, Pagula said the coaching staff pushed Beane to take Coleman. You just heard him as early as the Combine saying it's easier for us to get him. Maybe after that, though, there's time between the Combine and the draft. Let's hear what Brandon Beane, who was a team player, said at the time.
When I went to bed that night, I was like, it's Keon unless someone just blows us away. We didn't feel anything was attractive enough for us to pass up on Keon.
All things considered, get the guy who's shows the best fit.
And that's him making the first-round pick himself of Keon Coleman. That's him before, after, and during. Pulling the trigger on Keon Coleman. They have cameras in the war room. And the Bills put that out, by the way. That's him afterwards. That's the Bills editing something together, like going, "Hey, look,
That's
Brandon
their state.
Beane."
That's their state media saying this is the story we want.
Right,
out
like
there.
we've always wanted this guy. This is the guy we've always wanted. So I mean, and by the way, good GM to just like acquiesce to the coaching staff. That doesn't seem like a very good combination.
What is the owner? What is he going to accomplish?
Well,
with this, other than showing that, oh, you know what, I like this
just
guy.
real quick though. Also, how would the owner know that the GM didn't want Keon Coleman unless the GM sitting next to him at games or going into his office saying, "By the way, the guy that this problem, I didn't want him. Like I didn't want him. Like he's not my fault." A lot going into you become, and Pagula said, he goes like, "I don't care for that, like no backstabbing, like I don't like that," or whatever he put it. He was like, because they asked him if there was like this was like a coup, you know, if this was kind of some kind of overthrow by power move by Beane, like a power play, and he's like, "No, I don't play that." It's impossible that Beane wasn't involved in this at all, or at least aware of it. The notion that he wasn't aware of it is asinine. I'm going to make you the president. I'm going to announce it's going to come out like an hour after we fire the coach. You're going to be in charge of the coaching surge, but I'm not going to inform you that we're firing the coach until I promote you to this position. And by the way, you're going to have accepted it within like an hour or two from the firing of McDermott. Nonsense. It's really asking you to be dumb.
Yeah, and Terry Pagula, maybe he doesn't play any of that whole coup overthrow thing, but that doesn't mean that a 74-year-old can't be manipulated by the general manager into thinking one way. You already saw how sharp he was at the beginning of that presser, talking about how he fired McDermott because they lost that one game.
He goes on. This is him getting more clear about why he fired McDermott.
Given the fact that Brandon was promoted, and congrats on that, and Sean was fired, both played a role in the success and failure of this franchise. What came down to one over the other, or was it that easy?
Like I just said, I believe it was, where does the leadership of the team on the field and in the locker room, where we go from that moment, which, another playoff failure. And that's why I decided that Sean had to leave.
Terry, how far before the playoff game had you maybe started thinking about this being a possibility?
After the playoff game in the locker room. I need to keep saying that. I keep saying it. It was feeling the moment, being there.
He did it on a whim. And the thing is, they asked him I think it was a total of 6 different ways why the roster is okay enough to promote the GM and fire the coach. Man. Like, why do you love the roster so much and hate the coach? Like, and he couldn't answer it. And he sounds like a doddering fool. He's not even that old. I mean, he sounds like an idiot that can't even string together words.
Okay, as a Patriots fan, this is fantastic. You have the Jets, who are the Jets. You have Miami, who
the
just
Jets
hired,
got great ownership.
You have the Jets, who are the Jets. You have Miami, who just hired Jeff Hafley and going to tear that franchise down. And now you have this. Oh, it's fantastic. We, meaning the Patriots fans, Patriots are going to be right back to the glory years. They're going to be unchallenged. This is fantastic.
Well, you're going to have to do it under not so tough circumstances.
Oh, that's right. Everything will be too easy. So
that'll go down as one of the worst performances in that situation in maybe ever. He admitted again there in the one you just played, Fred, that emotion is what dictated the firing of his head coach.
Do. Make a snap decision when you're this close.
After the game, when I felt the emotion of that locker room, I decided to fire McDermott.
Isn't there anyone around him that said, all right, maybe you want to sit on this for a day?
The new thing is no one's around anyone. You just cut loose at the mic. That's the new thing. All right. We will be back in just a moment. Ryan Johnston will join us.
Toucher and Hardy, those scamps. They'll...
looking forward is I see Vegas exactly like Dallas, right? The same kind of style, same system. So are we willing to play that kind of game? So no, we're gonna go home. I think we all had a good time here, and but now it's gotta go back to work.
Huh? What happened? I don't get the context of that.
He's got to go back to work. He's talking about playing Vegas tonight. Similar system to Dallas.
After the Dallas
after the loss.
So they're saying that they had a good time in Vegas, like they're enjoying being they're at home against Vegas.
No.
I don't understand what the guy just said, or who it was for that matter.
It was Marco Sturm.
Marco Sturm.
Correct.
Okay.
Head coach.
Yeah, you can pick out Marco Sturm's voice out of the sea of European hockey players?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. I cannot. It's still too new to me. Maybe the whole audience is saying, I knew who that was and what they were saying from the very get-go. Ryan Johnston probably did. He's the voice of the Boston Bruins on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Hello, Ryan.
I did recognize Marco's voice.
Well,
I was
talk to him
surprised
every
that
night.
you needed that explained to you because nobody works harder than Freddie T. So,
well, I don't know if it's a matter of not working hard.
Getting
that I
back to
wouldn't know
work,
the voice.
Fred.
I don't know. It's just a voice recognition situation. I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was Hampus Lindholm. I knew it wasn't Pasternak. That I did. That I knew. It's kind of bassy for a guy his size, wouldn't you say? You would assume that Marco Sturm would be a bigger guy, based on the bass of that voice. You know.
I don't know how big he really is. I just
He's
know
not
his
that
voice.
big a guy.
I just know his voice.
See, I'm visual then.
No.
It makes up for it. You're more audio. I'm visual.
You like the lights on.
That's right. That's right. Well, it depends, I suppose. A quick jaunt out west for you, Ryan, to Chicago and Dallas.
yeah, a couple of games. There were a couple of days off there in Dallas. Overall, you end up with a 1-1 trip. A lot of positive vibes on the trip because they brought their brothers and sisters with them. So we had a big group and a lot of energy. The game on Saturday in Chicago was excellent. The game in Dallas on Tuesday night was a little less so.
Are you allowed to ever bring your father out on any of these trips? Are you ever able to pry him away from Margaritaville and get him on any of these trips?
No, he doesn't get the invite. We're kind of passengers on the trip, so we don't necessarily get those types of amenities, but I think it sounds like he may be coming to Tampa for the stadium game coming up here in a couple weeks.
That's right. A week from Sunday, outdoors, right? Have you ever? I'm sure you've attended these games, but never broadcasted one, right?
That's true. I remember, freezing my ass off at the game at Gillette, which was a terrible game, all things considered, against Montreal. But no, never actually done an outdoor game before. There's been a lot of discussion about where we're going to be broadcasting from, what kind of a view we're going to have. So that's been kind of my top level of interest so far as to am I actually going to be able to see and be able to tell who anybody is.
Now, when do you go to Tampa? Are you going down there early, like on the Saturday before the game, or even Friday?
So normally we would travel in there on Saturday, but we're off both Friday and Saturday. I assume we're probably going to go down on Friday. I haven't heard the final itinerary yet.
Maybe we'll cross paths at the airport. I'll be coming back from the 90s cruise.
There it is.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll pick up a Cinnabon together or something,
So like I might run into you and Mark McGrath at the airport?
Yes, there's a chance.
Are you flying through Hanscom? I don't know if they're going to be at Logan International Airport. I don't know.
No. I'm saying in Tampa we would cross paths. I'll be leaving as he's arriving.
When are you going to be in Tampa?
We're going, I think, next Friday. It's next weekend.
Well, we were just talking.
No, but what schedule am I looking
Sunday
at?
night. We're going to be going
Sunday.
down probably Friday afternoon.
Oh, okay. Okay, it says versus Tampa on the schedule, but there's an asterisk. Fair enough. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm looking at the schedule. I'm saying it's not this weekend because Hardy's leaving this weekend for the 90s cruise. So it's a neutral. It's considered a neutral site.
The stadium.
Fair enough. The stadium game is considered a neutral site. My apologies. I'm not doing well this interview. First to Marco Sturm, not knowing him, and now not knowing of the stadium series. I do apologize. That should be a big treat for you. This is going to be historic.
It's a special thing that only happens 8 to 10 times a season.
Did both of you know? Now I feel like a real fool. I know Ryan did know, and I know John did because he has no life. Did you know there was a stadium game?
Yes,
coming
in
up.
Tampa.
Oh,
Yeah.
very good. All right. Well, listen, it's very exciting.
Outdoors at the house that Tom Brady built in the Raymond James Stadium.
Well, listen, you two take over the interview
Well,
because
what's
I'm
the-
bagging
We're very
out.
excited. I mean, there's a pirate ship. I mean, it's very exciting.
Okay, so the obvious
It
question.
might be warm.
Well, yeah,
and that will
that's-
be a big question.
Well, that's the obvious question. How do they maintain the ice for that?
So you can go online and see videos of what they're doing. They're building. I saw a picture the other day. They're building the rink right now, but they have a tent that is basically the size of the football field. That is going. It's air conditioned. That they're going to put over top of the rink. In the lead up to the game. They'll take it down, obviously, for game day so that people can see the game. But, yeah, they're going to have the whole thing covered.
Good idea.
So that they can build the rink. And then, the game's at night, so we don't have to worry about any direct sunlight. We just have to worry about, passing Florida showers and, and all that stuff that would potentially get in the way. But I looked at the long-range forecast the other day. They were showing, like, mid-60s during the day and around 50 at night. So it actually could be perfect weather.
Especially for a cruise. A 90s cruise.
Maybe that's what we can do next is can they build a rink on the deck of a cruise ship?
Well,
let's take it to the open seas.
They play basketball on the decks of
Michigan
aircraft
State
carriers.
on an aircraft carrier. That's
So
right.
It's possible.
That's very
Anything
true.
is possible.
And
Let's do that.
I mean, if there's room for pickleball on board these cruise ships, there's got to be room for a hockey rink. They're about the same size.
Oh, there's absolutely room for a hockey rink.
If there's enough room
rink.
that you can have Salt and Pepper and all their fans on one cruise ship, then there's enough to have a full size rink.
TLC.
Yeah, and
Is Salt and Pepper not there?
No, but I understand that there are 3 people in Salt and Pepper. If you count Spinderella, Spinderella has unfortunately passed. Now you go to TLC. There was 3 girls in it. Left Eye is passed.
Yes,
I understand how. See, since you made a mistake there, thinking Salt and Pepper on the 90s cruise, I'm helping you out.
All even.
So now
Who
we're
would have
even.
thought?
Yeah.
Salt and Pepper didn't make the cut.
Well, that's more of an 80s situation. I would have called foul if they were on the 90s cruise.
Yeah.
You know,
Good
take
point.
the 80s cruise money and leave some for the rest of us, right? You know what I'm saying, Ryan?
even fuel,
of
even
course I
fuel on there. That's late '90s. That's on the cusp.
Yeah. You'll have to have a talking to with the ship captain. All right, go ahead, Jonathan. You're chomping at the bit.
The Bruins have been playing exceptionally well over the last couple of weeks after playing exceptionally poorly the previous 2 weeks, and then they throw up the big stink bomb in Dallas. Is there anything to be taken from that, or do they just move on?
Well, hopefully they just move on. I think we'll kind of see tonight which team shows up, but. Yeah, I mean, they've been playing, really, really good hockey here, playing to their style of hockey over the course of the last couple weeks. They, won 6 in a row. They won 8-1-1 out of in 10 games, points in 9 out of 10. But, we've seen it before in this season where they follow up a long winning streak with a losing streak. And so, can they avoid that? Dallas is a really good team who had been struggling and found their game the other night. The Bruins did all the things that they can't afford to do. They didn't play as strong defensively. They took 3 penalties in the first period, gave up 2 power play goals. I mean, it was, if you had to draw up, what the Bruins need to do to win a game against a team like Dallas, they did all the other things. And so now tonight you've got Vegas coming in, one of the best teams in the West, a legitimate Stanley Cup contender, and a team that, you struggled to stay with earlier on in the season. Now, I think the Bruins are a much better team than they were at that point when we visited Vegas early in the season, but they got to put it together here quickly because if you make those kinds of mistakes against Vegas, it could be another ugly one.
So Vegas just made that trade for Anderson. It seems like Bruins were smart to pass on it because Anderson wasn't going to sign the extension with them. It seems like he wanted to play in Vegas. But any rumblings about any deals or which way the Bruins could be looking right now?
Yeah, so as you said, I think the moment Anderson decides he doesn't, isn't going to sign a contract extension, and that wasn't just for the Bruins; it was with anybody, at least for now.
Right.
That took the deal off the table for Boston because you're not making a deal for a rental, and you're certainly not giving up a first-round pick plus for a rental at this point. Listen, I think. I saw one of the Canadian reporters the other day say, well, the entire league now kind of understands what the Bruins are going to or are willing to give up for a player of that stature, for a defenseman of that stature who either has term on his contract or is willing to sign an extension. So that potentially puts some other players around the league on the table. There are certainly teams out there, Vancouver being one. The Rangers have announced to the world that they're ready to sell and make some major changes in their lineup. We're still kind of getting a sense of, who's going to be a buyer and who's going to be a seller, but we're closing in on the Olympic break. And the popular thinking is that this is going to be kind of a soft trade deadline before the Olympic break. Teams are going to want to make changes, give guys a few weeks during that time off to kind of get resettled and start to learn their new teams. And so, it's possible. I haven't heard anything specific, but it's possible that we could see, Boston and other teams try to tinker with their rosters here over the next couple of weeks before they get 3 weeks off.
Does the sign of Alex Steves to the 2-year extension signal their willingness to stand pat and say, no, we're good with what we have, and we're just going to go in this direction?
No, not necessarily. I think, I think
Ryan,
Steve's...
you're not seeing the forest for the trees.
That's a fool's errand,
Ryan.
Maybe
that's it.
And you, the broadcast voice, unaware.
I set you up for that, and you're just not.
Hardy's playing 4D chess, my friend. All right, Ryan. Well, listen, thank you for joining us, and thank you for informing me on the voice of Sturm and the outdoor game in Tampa. It's all very exciting. And we look forward to hearing the call as the Bruins take on Vegas tonight at the Garden. You can hear that right here at 7 o'clock. Pregame starts at 6:30. Ryan, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. There you go, the great Ryan Johnston. We will be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots are without only Harold Landry and Martin Mapu at practice yesterday. They visit Denver for the AFC Championship game on Sunday. Mac Hollins not out there. He didn't have his practice window opened by the team. Celtics scored 15 straight points in the second quarter. They beat Indiana 119-104 at TD Garden. Jaylen Brown, 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. Celtics visit Brooklyn tomorrow night. And the Bruins, as we were just discussing, they're at home to play Las Vegas this evening. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 6:30 and the face-off at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The team yesterday also signed winger Alex Steves to a 2-year contract extension. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Catches Law. At Catches, they specialize in helping those who have been injured not only from a one-time incident, but from a lifetime of hard work and labor. Does this sound like you? Visit CatchesLaw.com. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Claude Drake never happens at a good time.
we are Toucher and Hardy, and I've already told the guys in the room this. It's devastating news I received yesterday. Shockingly, I've been diagnosed with severe sleep apnea.
Oh boy.
Which can be very taxing on one's cardiovascular
Oh
system.
yeah, it's bad for the ticker.
I mean, it's just a lot of my oxygen level getting to about 83 at certain points in the evening. Just not good, man.
Let me just throw something in here now because people have asked me about it too. You shaved your beard.
Yeah. So
is this a whole thing? You found out about the sleep apnea?
so
it's like I got to change things.
So when you're faced with your own mortality, like
Good.
when you are diagnosed with
Good.
severe sleep
Sure.
apnea,
Let's
unlike
get
every
into
other
it.
guy my
Let's
age,
get into it. Good.
You get into the mirror,
right,
and you say, "What is this face staring back at me?"
Yeah, who am I?
It's all silver.
I've given my whole life to become the man I am right now. Sleep deprived, bearded, gray, really slipping quickly downhill.
So I did about every other year I'll shave. I mean, I trim my beard, but I shave like around it, but I just shave the entire thing off. And much to the dismay of my daughter, my son didn't seem to mind. My daughter did not like it at all.
I was going to say, your son didn't notice.
No, my son didn't notice at all. He didn't care. He did say I looked like what he imagined an old man's sack to look like. What my face looked like. So we did get that. But yeah, so I shaved it. I've never, I haven't since college or 20s been at this weight with my face shaved. So it was interesting to see what the old face looked like. I'm at a lower weight than in the prior years that I've shaved. So it does decrease my age look a little bit because I don't have a white beard. But then it shows my face, which is almost devastating to me aesthetically. I'm in a real catch-22 here because the beard's undyeable. It's so white that you can't dye it, because I'd have to dye it black, and then I'm Ninkovich walking around.
That's creepy. You don't want that.
And then you're just covering up everything. Yeah, then you got to dye your hair black. You can't have a black beard in patchwork hair.
I told you I tried it because I haven't put any dye in my hair.
Yeah, neither
ever.
do I. Yeah, neither have I.
And
I was a kid.
Up until 2 years ago, I had a beard for a few years, and then seemingly overnight, it just went gray.
Right.
I'm like, well, I don't like this. Makes me look old. And I said, I'm going to pick up some of that Just for Men beard stuff.
I did it too,
just to see if I could get it to match my hair color, because I thought it was doing me a disservice. Didn't work. Didn't like it, so I just shaved.
Yeah, I tried it too, and it just didn't do anything.
Did nothing.
I did brown because, there's still, and especially at the time, there was still brown in my hair. So I tried to, I tried it and it just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So I was stuck with this gray beard. But, I have no lips, no chin. There's a lot going on that is a lot more visible without the beard. It was shocking to me to look at.
I'm not going to say one way or the other whether I like it, don't like it. It's fine because you may decide to go back. I think it's fine. I think you look good with the beard too. I think it's okay.
Well, you seem to be leaning non-beard.
No, I'm not leaning either way.
This is one of the faces of your job.
I'm more concerned with your debilitating sleep apnea.
I know.
And what steps will be taken.
Well, I if I go to Milton, I can see someone in late March. So that is
you mentioned this before, like you're going to have to travel to like Poughkeepsie. Do you know where Milton is?
Now I do. It's not far. But they made it sound like, okay, so here's in fairness to me, it's Beth Israel Hospital, and they're like, you can go to Chestnut Hill or Boston. That was what they said, and I said okay, and they're like, we can't see you till the summer, and I went and they go, well, if you're willing to go to Milton, they could see you in March. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, you're willing to go to Milton? And I'm like, yeah. So
I'd rather go to Milton than to go to the one at Longwood.
Right. But like I've been to Milton Academy and I've been to like Milton High School, but I don't remember. Like it's all a big mishmash of you know how my brain works, not well. And but especially with stuff like that, like you could have told me Milton's Groton and like it's all one big mishmash of a way. It's like it's just all away. These aren't places I go to except for anything but youth sports. So, outside of like Metro West, I don't know if that's considered Metro West. I don't really. Kind of. It's all in one.
Socia will try and tell you that Milton is South Shore, but it's not.
Oh,
well, it's by Mattapan. Because I looked today.
I mean, the same people will tell you Quincy is South Shore.
Well, that's at least on the shore.
Beatles, point of pride for Beatles.
Exactly. It does have the benefit of actually having shoreline.
Right. Yeah. Milton is just south.
Yes.
But yes, I did look and I realized, this isn't far at all. It's like sort of around me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did realize that. But they
what
they
happened?
positioned it like as if I was making a massive sacrifice by going to the Milton hospital.
They don't know
That's
where it
the
is
way-
either.
That's probably true.
I just told you verbatim how the conversation went. It wasn't even given as an option at first, and then they said if you're willing to go to Milton, which made me think, they have this satellite campus. 4,000 miles from the city, whatever, I'll suck it up and go. I can get in earlier. And then I went, that's not even far.
All right, fine. You're going to Milton end of March.
Yeah.
What happens then?
Well, we are not at a CPAP situation because I won't wear one. So we are now maybe an Inspire implant, which at one point advertised on this station. So this is like a thing they install in your chest. And before you go to sleep, you hit a button and it relaxes your tongue and throat. Now, I have 2 friends who have had this done. They say it's life-changing.
12 really?
Only
like
if John... Nah, I don't need it for him. John seems the only guy I need it for. So, based on that picture of the thing in his pants. So, So I you hit a button and it relaxes it. And the 2 guys I know who have had it say it was life-changing. And that makes me go, huh? But they
automatically you think it's not.
Yeah, because that's like that's like a pretty bold statement. Like how many things in your life have been life-changing? So very few, but I do like these 2 people that have had it. And they're like in good shape, so I figured, okay, they know what they're talking about. They won't give it to you if you're too fat. So I was maybe on the edge of not being eligible a couple of years ago, so that's a good thing. But they'll, they install it in your chest. Believe me, this CPAP thing, it's very barbaric. It really is. It's just air being pushed into your face via a mask. And they're like, just take a snooze. Just keep that on.
Is it loud?
Yeah, it's everything. And it needs water. You got to fill it with water, and it's got to be like set. Like it's a whole thing.
So you have to clean it?
Oh yeah. Oh, the inside of it. I've seen that. Oh.
Now, my father, if you ever come to our house, their house in Tennessee, you can stroll by his bedroom at any time of day, and he'll be wearing a CPAP machine, sound asleep. He loves that thing more than anything.
I was going to say, he'll just be sitting there reading the paper with a CPAP on.
Oh, yeah. And he just loves that CPAP machine. Like, he loves it so much. And but not me. I had one for a couple of years, and it did me no favors.
Does he travel with it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, he loves it.
Wow.
He loves his titanium shoulders, knees, and hips. He loves setting off every alarm. He loves having to get wanded. He loves putting things through the radar. The radar, the X-ray. He loves everything. Yeah, he comes correct.
Okay.
My dad's a huge pain in the ass to travel with. They're in St. John for 2.5 weeks.
Wow.
What those 2 do down there, I'll never know. My dad won't go to the beach, so I have no idea what the hell they do.
Why
down
won't
there.
your dad go to the beach?
He's bald.
Wear a hat.
Yeah, that seems an easy fix.
He wears a hat, but then he has like post-traumatic stress from one time in Tampa where he passed out in a restaurant. He says it was sunstroke. I think it was more martini stroke. But nonetheless, he's got a whole story.
They're there for 2.5 weeks, and your mom goes to the beach by herself.
Who knows who knows? I don't know what they do.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd be bothering them if I called them. Because then they'd answer, and my mom would be like, we're sort of out of the country.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if they're walking around with their cell phones. Now, that means Fox News is going to be on even more on the TV because my dad can't scroll it on his disgusting phone at all manners of the
2 weeks without no excursions planned.
Not that I'm aware of, and there's not like a lot around St. John. Like it's a nice island, but it's a small island, and like St. Thomas is no like heaven. St. Thomas is an industrial island, so like St. John, and then what's the other one? St. Croix? Is that the other U.S. Virgin Island? I don't know. I don't have any idea what they do. It's not like they go fishing or like ride horses or something. I don't know what they do.
Well, you can't take a CPAP on horseback. Horses don't.
You know,
like
my
it.
dad is like my dad rode in a rodeo in Montana for a couple summers because of his grandfather had a ranch, and that's what he did for a living. He was a rancher, and so we went to Hilton Head like 3 years ago, and when my daughter wanted to go horseback riding. And there was this giant horse, and no one would get on it. And my dad wasn't supposed to ride horses. And my dad was there just hanging out. And this giant horse came out, and no one would get on it. And my dad goes, all right, I'll get on it. And they were like, no. And he's like, yeah. And he got on it, and he went no hands. I have pictures of it. And he's kicking the thing, and it's going, and he's going around like no-handed and like waving. He was like, all of a sudden,
this horse comes up in front of your dad. He says, "Sit."
Yeah, like he was like this like incredible horse rider, and like he just like, and they told him not to get on it. They're like, "No, sir." And he's like, if I can get on it, I'm riding it. And he got on it. They gave him like a stare, and he got on, and he was just like showing off.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he was like everyone else was afraid. He was very.
Let's all love this horse.
Yeah. That's right, Crash.
Of course, love you.
All right. Nick went out to the Celtics game last night.
Yep.
There was a theory thrown out by Chris Forsberg. Maybe we'll test it.
sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots and Denver Broncos both held their first practices of the week yesterday, with the AFC Championship game coming up Sunday out in Colorado. Patriots did not open up the practice window for injured wideout Mack Hollins. They were missing both Harold Landry and Marte Mapu, but Carlton Davis was out there. He was wearing a red non-contact jersey for Mike Vrabel as he comes back from a concussion.
I would anticipate him being out there probably in a limited capacity, but just working his way through protocol.
Broncos had everyone on the field at their workout except for Bo Nix. In other NFL news, Mike McCarthy now reportedly the favorite to become the next head coach in Pittsburgh. Celtics had a 20-point halftime lead. That was enough. They beat Indiana 119-104 at TD Garden. Jaylen Brown 30 points in the win. Celtics visit Brooklyn tomorrow night. Bruins host Las Vegas this evening. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 6:30 and the face-off at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins yesterday also re-signed winger Alex Steves to a 2-year contract extension, and the Yankees brought back a needed power bat yesterday, re-signing Cody Bellinger. It's a 5-year, $162.5 million contract. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Service Credit Union. They're teaming with Charlie McAvoy for 73 reasons to provide funding and health screens for first responders. Learn more at servicecu.org/73. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Touchdown! Patriots takes the snap. May has it. Into the end zone. Listen to the MVP chant. If it's the Patriots, it's the Sports Hub. Hey, listen, if you've got to go, we understand, but make sure you bring the Sports Hub app with you so you can hear more of Toucher and Hardy.
That's what I want on my tombstone.
On the Sports Hub.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, and we can be watched on YouTube. Subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Download the podcast. All these things are being brought to my attention. Some very smart people, some would say the smartest, bringing it to my attention. And nonetheless, we had Chris Forsberg on yesterday. Now, the whole region has gone bananas for this Patriots team as they are going to be in the AFC Championship game, heard right on this station at 3 o'clock on Sunday. Now, Chris Forsberg, now he made his bones talking about the Celtics. He's a paid guest once a week. Thousands and thousands of dollars per appearance this guy's getting. So
he gets $1,000 per segment, which is why he's upset at only getting the one segment.
Right. So, this is a huge blow to his income when he doesn't come in. And we've, during this run, taken him down to one segment a week because usually our first segment with Chris is not even involving sport. And then we'll think of enough Celtic stuff to be able to fill a segment with him. So we've gone through past the exercise of just having him on. But nonetheless, while talking about the Celtics, we were talking about the return of Jason Tatum. And he said, Tatum has got this kind of narcissistic notion of that he wants to come back only at home, that he wants to do it at a home game. And what about they're playing at home on Super Bowl Sunday? Wouldn't that be something if Jason Tatum came back? And our response was no one would care because it's Super Bowl Sunday. If the Patriots are in the Super Bowl, people's attention will be complete. I can't think of a worse day to come back than the day of the Super Bowl. If you want to get, win or lose, you have been vastly overshadowed. Super Bowl Sunday might be the greatest day other than like Christmas to dump bad news. Like if you're going to have bad news come out publicly, Super Bowl Sunday and the day after might be the best day to have it happen.
Yep.
Sundays as a rule, Friday night into Sunday as a rule, not so bad, but nonetheless. All right, so Nicholas went out to the TD Garden last night, and the notion was to ask people their opinion. Maybe it was just us.
Right. And thank you to Nick for going out cold last night. Not an easy assignment, but he went out there and he was going to try and, get to the bottom of this and, pose this question to, Celtics / Patriots fans, see if he could find some combination of the two. And in one case, a real sports fan here, maybe not completely up to date on everything, though.
What's your name, man? My name's Richmond, man. Can we use this for the radio? Yeah, yes, we can. All right, we're outside TD Garden? Yes, we are, man. Yes, we are. Beautiful day. It's cold out, man. But you know what? The cold weather in Boston, man, people are still going to come out. These are true New Englanders. It don't matter if it's 0 below, man, or -2.
Well, 0 below. It would just be
0 below or -2.
Yeah, 0 below is just 0.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
That's another way of saying it. It's the less technical way. Yes.
Right.
We're still going to come out, man, this weather. I mean, I come out to drink, I come out to smoke, chill with good people, man. Well, people are going to come out here, man. You know what I mean?
So are you going to the game tonight?
I'm not going to the game tonight, man. I'm not.
You're just hanging?
I'm just hanging, man. I'm just hanging, man. Gonna smoke some good weed, you know what I mean? Chill, you know what I mean? Get the good vibes. But, yeah, I used to work over here, honestly.
Oh, where did you work?
It's at the Garden for Allied Barton Security, man. Yeah,
oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Do you know Bird?
No, I do not know Larry Bird.
Oh, no.
I'm not that old, man.
Oh, that's your foolish notion. No, we're talking about Bird from Curry College.
Oh, come on.
Anywho.
Bird from the Everett school system.
Yes.
That Bird.
Maybe he just needs it explained to him. He didn't get it.
Yeah, no, you're thinking BIRD. We're talking about BRRD.
Right.
I was talking about another Bird, but I can see where you
mean Larry Bird. I'm like, I look that old. Larry Bird, like late 60s.
So, anyways, you know the Patriots are they're in the AFC Championship.
Yep.
A lot of people did not see this coming.
They did, man. They did. But you know my thing is, man, the AMC Championship, man, it's good.
The AMC Championship. When will it stop having that corporate sponsorship? AMC.
The AMC Championship.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, listen, this movie chain has got enough of our lives.
Well, I was going to say, is it a movie chain competition or is it like a pacer race?
Yeah, the AMC Pacer.
A couple of Mirthmobiles.
Let's get some more disbanded auto companies together and see maybe if Yugo would be interested in the Pro Bowl.
The AMC Championship, man, it's good to have all the brothers back. But Brady, come on, he got more rings than Michael Jordan, man.
Okay.
So the first disconnect with Richmond here is still thinking about Tom Brady, or maybe thinking that Tom Brady still plays for the team. We're not sure at this point.
Okay.
I hear you.
Yes. Come on, man. I know my dude. Doesn't matter number 12. Belichick looking pissed off like his eggs were sunny side instead of scrambled. But my thing is, Tom Brady, that dude got more rings than half these brothers out here competing in sports, man.
What are your thoughts on Drake May?
I don't know about Drake May, man. I ain't gonna lie. I don't really watch sports that much, brother.
Okay.
Yeah. Knock me over
the
with
AMC
a feather.
Championship.
Knock me over with a feather.
You have to be really disconnected, almost like you. It's almost on par with you not knowing of Heated Rivalry, the gay hockey show. Your homophobia, not even disguised anymore. Him not knowing Drake May. You have to be. He's in New England. He lives in Boston. He hangs out around the Garden, where there are televisions everywhere. So even if he does not own a TV or have a phone, there are TVs in his line of sight. Not knowing who Drake May is a bit of a. That is knock me over with a. That is someone who lives in Boston.
I don't really watch sports that much, bro.
Yeah, I don't. No, but my daughter never watches sports ever, and she knows who Drake May is. I mean, there's a big difference between not watching sports, which say 40% of people don't watch sports at all, and not knowing Drake May and living in Boston. That's almost impossible.
I used to be a big sports fanatic, man. But I'm more of a weed head now. Music. I'm more into music. I like to rap, all that, man.
Yeah, go to Buffalo. It's impossible to enjoy drugs and football at the same time. I mean, any football game you go to, I mean, it's almost there is a big disconnect between the weed community and those who can consume football. It demands so much of the brain to sit there and stare at it.
I mean, I'm not really. I follow sports, but I'm not really big into it. Like
you don't follow sports at all. You don't know who Drake May is, and you live in Boston.
I don't really watch sports that much.
Artist.
Boot Camp Click.
Okay, I've never heard that.
Out of
Boot Can Lick? That's what my sign on the side of the highway says. With a question mark. Boot Can Lick? Boot Can Lick? There is no room for. Do you have a? This is, someone stole the top half of the sign.
Boot Camp Click.
Okay, I've never heard that.
Out of Brooklyn, man.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
What would you say? What would you be more excited about? Jason Tatum returning to the court before the Super Bowl, or the Patriots winning the Super Bowl?
That's the question.
That was not the question, but listen, Nick was obviously having a little trouble getting it out as it was in his brain. He referred to his notes, and it was just ampersands and exclamation points.
Jason
Says,
Tatum.
I knew not to squiggle.
More excited about Jason Tatum returning at any point before the Super Bowl or the Patriots winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
That's not even close.
Well,
it's close.
It's close.
It's close.
It's close.
Okay.
It's not crazy off.
Jason Tatum.
Listen to the confidence right at the beginning of the question. You can tell, like, this is a lesson to all of you. Maybe you're going into work for a big presentation. You're standing up in front of the client. Good way to start things, to show that alpha move, to show that you've owned the material is. Like that kind of tape just getting going. The hamster just beginning to kick the wheel. Like you're revving up the engine.
You ramp up.
Yeah, you need that ramp up. That's how you tell people, I'm in command of the room, baby.
Jason Tatum returning to the court before the Super Bowl or the Patriots winning the Super Bowl?
Could I say both, or could I have? Do I have to?
No, you
just
got to
pick
choose one.
Just one. I'd have to say the Patriots winning the Super Bowl.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
all right.
I'd have to say, and I know that's probably like some weird to say that, but they still New England teams. It's still a Boston team, even though where the Patriots play ain't Boston. You know what I'm saying? It's
all right. Should I keep playing this guy, or should I move on?
Only if you want to hear about his thoughts about going to a restaurant, looking at a menu, and that makes you think of other menus.
No, I'm okay with that. All right.
All right. That was great. Thank you. A big celebration of the Patriots there.
So the idea was, Nick, that people would be very revved up about this whole AFC Championship game. So far, we've found a guy who does not know who Drake May is.
The AMC Championship.
And knows the AMC Championship is around the corner. All right, Hardy. Now, Nick did not only talk to this gentleman.
Well, he spoke with another guy who something tells me you may not be a huge fan of him or his presentation.
All right, first off, what's your name?
My name is the Northshore Sage, down from that North Shore, Massachusetts, baby. Let's go.
All right. We've talked to this guy before.
Yeah.
All right, he's the Northshore Sage.
Which the red flag number one, he's given himself a moniker.
Well, that's only for me. I mean, I'm sure with you're a big fan of people who give themselves monikers. They introduce themselves.
Well, I've already made up my mind on this guy.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing as to whether or not you will have the same feeling.
Whoa, you think I'm a person with a brain? I see how you could have gotten that opinion. I'm one of the few that's not a fan of people that address themselves as something other than their name.
Is it all right to use this for the radio?
It's always all right, Nick. As long as you're producing, always all right.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Well, I want to talk to you about the Patriots real quick.
Love the Patriots, all right? Love them.
All right, so what are your thoughts on the season so far? They're in the AFC Championship.
AFC Championship, you love to see it right now. You know, Bo Nix goes down with that kneel. You got to kneel a little lighter, bro. Just touch the knee. Don't twist. You know, bend, jerk, twist, bat. I think we're gonna win. The altitude scares me a little bit here, but you know, we've got some problems. I'm excited though. I think we're gonna win. I'm gonna go 21-14. Your New England Patriots. Mike Vrabel, great coach. You love to see him hyping up everybody. You know who else?
What is the accent in like attitude supposed to be? I'm trying to pinpoint what he's going for because a lot of you gotta love.
Do you think it's an affectation of some kind? Is that what you're hinting at, Fred?
I know it's an affectation of some kind. I'm just trying to identify what he's going.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Yeah, he's like going like for that Ira guy that is on the Mad Dog show. You guys don't know who I'm talking about, but there's like this Ira guy that comes on and does this whole thing. He refers to him as a Mike, and it's just the whole thing.
My boy Stephon Diggs,
Stephon Diggs?
Yeah.
All right, I like that. I might have to steal that. Emphasis on the
But he's
last
already
syllable.
given us the
21-14. Your New England Patriots.
Okay, all right.
21-14. He is
he's
the
on
Sage.
record. Okay.
All right, and the Sage has spoken.
My boy Stephon Diggs, big comeback. Cardi B, not too short, but you know what? Post those Instagrams, get him pumped up, all right?
All right. What are your thoughts on Jarrett Stidham?
Jarrett Stidham, you know, he's like the young buck in the crew. You know, he's had a couple games, but, you know.
No, none of that's true. He's older than Nick's, and he has not played at all. John is just, John has become, he's almost in an eye roll. John's very offended by the lack of knowledge that these people
Even
have.
Nick calls him out.
When?
Yeah, okay. Good for you, Nick.
Good, that's it, Nick.
I like that.
Go
Nick.
get him.
I'm sorry that I interrupted it. I should have let it go.
When?
I don't, maybe, Nick, you're pulling on my memory here. Maybe about 4.5 years ago, 4 years, 3 months, and 27 days ago, he had a decent game. But you know what? I agree. You got Drake May. You know what? You love Ann Michael May. Giselle never baked for us, so Drake May's got that. Overstate him all day, every day. Mile high, we're not scared.
What would you be more excited about? Jason Tatum returning to the court before the Super Bowl, or the Patriots winning a Super Bowl?
That's right. Just as it was said.
Before the Super Bowl. Or if the Super Bowl was won by a Patriot player. Which more exciting? You decide. Talk.
More pause, more time for it be right. Nick's going to knock it out of the park today, boys. Mwah. Oh, no. Someone didn't pre-do the tape.
This is about the Super Bowl.
This is like when you were playing a record, like you had to get that wah out of it. Wah.
Before the Super Bowl, or the Patriots winning a Super Bowl?
Wow, I didn't even go back far enough. I didn't know I had to go back 3 minutes to get the question in.
What would you be more excited about? Jason Tatum returning to the court before the Super Bowl, or the Patriots winning a Super Bowl?
I would have to say the Patriots winning a Super Bowl. Although I love the Celtics, they're near and dear to my heart. I always bleed green, Nick. But that Patriots dub, because you know those Celtics got it recently, so you get it. Tatum will come back. But those Patriots going to win that Super Bowl February 8th. You'll love to see it in San Fran.
You do love to see it.
You love to see it.
That's, you know.
Okay.
It's a good tick to pick up.
Yeah.
Nick, maybe you start sparkling that into your conversation every few seconds.
You love to hear it.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it.
And then your boy, Jason Tatum, he is going to come back after that All-Star break. He is going to win that championship for us, Boston. Let me hear it, baby. It's going to happen.
All right. Give me a prediction for the Celtics.
Celtics tonight? Or just in general?
In general.
Well,
he just gave it to you. He just said he's going to come back, and then they're going to win the championship.
All right. Well, listen. Maybe he was talking about it last evening, and we could have heard the Sage.
Yeah, it's all about the Celtics, too.
All right. Very good. Nicholas, when you see him out in the street, be sure to be nice to him.
down from that Northshore, Massachusetts, baby. Let's go.
We have a writer from the Denver Post.
You'll love to see him.
You do love to see the. We have
We're not scared.
We have someone from Denver on the record picking Denver. We will find out what Sean has to say in just a moment.
Get him pumped up, all right?
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Bernardi.
Thank you for joining us, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, guys.
Yeah, we appreciate it very much. We had, do you know Darren McKee?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we've known.
It's hard. It's hard not to. You try not to know him, but he's there.
Oh, we've known him for years. So he's from here.
Yeah.
So we've known him for years.
Yeah.
But he was very bold yesterday. I asked him the softball question. I'm like, what was it like on Monday coming on the air and talking to the fans after you have this like elating win and then you lose your starting quarterback after? News so crazy that I thought it was fake when I first read it. And he's like, no one cares. Everyone has.
Oh, he's doubling
faith.
down on how it's somehow this is an improvement.
And it's not even like Denver's going to win, which is his prediction, which is fine. I mean, Denver very well could win. But the notion of like it wasn't like in any way a blow to the fan base, I find difficult to believe. But maybe he was telling the truth.
Well, no. D-Mac? No. Yeah. D-Mac's view of the world is an interesting view of the world. No, I mean, covering it as an old print dinosaur or medium age print dinosaur, I'm trying to think of the most polite way to put this because my wife, bless her, is not a sports fan. And I said, here's kind of what it would, but we're both political junkies. So I said, here's a little what it was like. You write your tail off for whatever, 3.5 hours. McKinley wins presidency. Oh, here we go. Great. 70 minutes later, McKinley is shot.
Right, right. Yeah.
That's kind of what that moment was like. And you rip it up, and you got to be in 20 minutes, kind of thing. So I think everyone was a little bit in shock, is the way I would put it. And I think the fan base was a little bit in shock. I know the writers there, maybe not D-Mac, because God knows what D-Mac thinks when he's there. But I think a lot of people were just kind of jaw dropping. What are we doing? What is this story now? I think the mood has lightened a little because I think everyone is just elated. There's a little bit. It's like flipping your car in the adrenaline rush. It's like everyone's like, we're still in this thing. And we'll see. Broncos country's pretty jacked. I'll concur on that front. And I know this: they're definitely glad they're not going to Foxborough with this.
Oh yeah, that would be bad.
That would not be that. It would be an easy game to pick. It might still be, but it'd be a really easy game to pick, even here if they were going to New England.
Okay. So you can do mental gymnastics. So I wonder if anyone's trying this on. Bo Nix is erratic. I've seen Denver play like 4 or 5 times this year. I saw him play the Jets. Yeah. That was a terrible game overseas.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm a Jet fan, but but Nix was terrible, like awful in that game. Like Stidham would have been better in that game than Nix. It would have been hard to have played worse. Can you do the mental gymnastics that Nix is so erratic in a game like this at home with 2 very good defenses up against each other, that just by nature of being not erratic, that Stidham in a way could give the Broncos as good a chance of winning?
You can do it, but you're going to pull one or both groin muscles right off. No, but here's where you can go there, and this is a fair kind of assessment of where these two guys are different. And that is, Bo is a unique creature, like on a lot of levels. But you're right. He can be really hard to watch. Like there are days you're just like, that's the guy? That's your – and if you're not seeing them all the time, if you're drive-buying or you're red zoning this team, you look at this and go, that guy's all over the place. Those feet are a nightmare. It is like watching Goofy play quarterback, the Disney character. This is not great. And Stiddy, we're going to call him Stiddy. Jared Stidham is that more of your prototype pocket guy. He's better on form and the pretty stuff. If it's plan A or plan B on a route, on a play, I think Stidham probably does that for what Sean Payton wants as well, maybe from an arm standpoint better than Bo Nix. Now, what happens when the play breaks down, as they do about 1 out of every 5, right? In this league. So far, that's been very different, and that is where you certainly probably didn't see that much in the Jets game. That is where Bo is different. That is where Super Bo comes out, and it's I don't know how old you guys are. It's sort of the Bill Bixby Incredible Hulk thing. You can go through a whole game, Lou Ferrigno, dating myself. I think D-Mac's older than me, but not by much, sadly. He can kind of flip the switch. Billy Batson, Captain Marvel, whatever. Pick your nerd analogy. He's good at the improv stuff. I don't know that Jarrett's got that switch. So, I mean, if you're on schedule and the play is as called and you've got a good look, I mean, in terms of pure footwork and passing, yeah, Stidham does that as good and in some places maybe better than Bo. But the whole miracle play breaking down stuff, which happens a lot with this Broncos offense, Nix has bailed them out a lot, and I don't know that Jarrett can do that because I've not seen him do that very much with my own 2 eyes.
No, you haven't seen much of Jarrett Stidham, period. But look, like you said, Sean, any trying to get yourself to believe that Stidham is somehow an improvement or going to be fine. It's a blow to the team because the team has made its bones on defense. So if you're just looking at it the way you think this game is going to break down, all right, defensively, they're just going to do what they've done all season, stop the Patriots. Is there anything about the Patriots offense which gives Broncos fans pause and says, okay, we have had issues with X before. Not a lot of problems for the Broncos defense all year, but is there anything about the Patriots offensively that could give the Broncos defense trouble?
Yeah, I'll give you the one for me that comes right off, and that is Drake May's legs. I have Marcus Mariota nightmares. Doesn't that sound weird? It sounds strange to say. It sounds like you need help when you're saying that out loud. That was one of the defense's worst performances. When you give them a QB who kind of wants to take off, that doesn't fall into their strength. But that's just playing away from what they do well. They're 100 sacks, whatever it is. I mean, they want to be the Buddy Ryan Bears. That's kind of their mantra. But if you got a guy who can escape that or simply goes 1, 2, 3, bye, I mean, you got a little bit of that from Cam and the Titans in the opener. I mean, that can only get you so far. But Mariota carved him up for whatever reason. Boot left, boot right, waggle, here we go.
They held Fields, though, and at the time, Fields
They did. So, yeah, there's a limit. There's a damage limitation where they will catch, and then when that field shrinks, you get the red zone, then it stops. Then it gets real. But, yeah, if you ask me, that may being able to move, I think, is something that's going to be more of a – because Allen is not quite Josh Allen, if that makes sense. I mean, give him some credit. I mean, he played poorly, but he's beat up. He's not 100%.
Ultimately, though, I'm wondering, Sean Payton, as experienced as he is, he's won a Super Bowl. Can he make up the difference? By that, I mean his play calling. Does play calling make up the difference for an obvious lack of deficiency in talent in quarterback?
I think it can. I think that kind of experience matters. You guys know better than anybody, this has become a coach QB league, and Kansas City has just kind of ripped that away from y'all. That's kind of where that's gone and why those dynasties stand out. And Sean is half of that equation. I think Sean's probably better with that than Josh and the folks on the other side, maybe. I mean, how much? I don't know. I think it goes back to your point about, well, the other half of the equation is that QB, and this is either an unknown or a not very well known or not known in a good way, and you can't get away from that. But I think Sean, being Sean, relishes that. In a way, he's so driven by his own legacy to some degree that he looked at this and just went, oh, I'm going to show them.
Right.
You know?
Right. It's like that. Right. I'm an offensive
like you said,
genius.
right.
Listen, if Sean Payton wins this game with Jared Stidham, that's 2 weeks of what a genius he is.
He's legendary.
I mean, there's a lot of.
Yeah.
Listen, he's a Super Bowl winning coach. Obviously, there are some people that say Drew Brees is nothing without him. Sean Payton has bona fides. If he wins this game, you got 2 weeks because you got 2 weeks until the Super Bowl. Between that game and the Super Bowl, it's 14 hours a day of conversation of the brilliance of Sean Payton. So, if you want your ego stroked, Mr. Payton, win this game because that will be the narrative going into the Super Bowl is that the brilliance of Sean Payton, because there's 2 weeks to kill, that the brilliance of Sean Payton, reared its head and look at where we are now. Is he the greatest offensive mind and
best coaches ever?
Yeah, exactly. Where is he in the best coaches ranked? It's like a whole situation. All right, if you had to predict, go ahead.
He'll be taping 15 of those 14 hours, and he will be playing them back. He will be finding them, and he'll be making sure people find them for him. And I think he's conscious of that narrative, and that's kind of really, other than the whatever 20+ million, that's kind of why he's here. He wants to be the first guy to do that with 2 franchises, and boy, he had a great shot, and we'll see how great that shot still is.
All right, if you had to predict the game, what are you thinking happens?
I got to do this for real in print soon. My heart says Denver, my head says New England, and I tend to listen to my head with the Pats. I just don't know what I'm going to get with Stidham. I think I know what I'm going to get, which is weird to say. It's weird to say when you look at Drake May in the playoffs and say, I think I know what I'm going to get.
Right, 5 fumbles.
Yeah. It could be I give you some headaches, do some tricks. But I absolutely have no clue with the other guy. And you go back to your original question or premise of, do you do the mental gymnastics and say, maybe this is his Scott Mitchell moment? Maybe, but boy, I don't know with that Pats defense and this stage and Vrabel and those guys, I don't know that this is the stage where you get that moment. If you do, it's an all-timer, and everybody is going to be celluloid heroes like the old King song. They're all going to be NFL films forever, and we're all going to be talking about it going, God, can you believe that happened? But history doesn't like it. So I'll give the edge to the Pats close, not just because I'm talking to you guys, and I'll try to convince myself later today to put that in print.
All right. Well, listen, Sean Keeler, you went against McKee. McKee liked Denver by 25 points.
Yeah. That happens, just so you know, spoiler, that happens a lot.
Yeah, I would have to think so.
Opposite sides of an issue.
All right. Sean Keeler, Denver Post. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it.
You bet. Take care, guys. See ya.
Thank you. There you go. I appreciate Sean coming on the show. He got a kick out of it.
He's jolly.
Yeah, he's having a good time. All right. Well, listen. Now the Denver Post is picked against the Denver Broncos in a shocking admission.
It's good to know there. He's pretty much it's right down the middle there. That sounded right.
No, I don't think there's any other way of approaching this game from a prediction standpoint. The more you think about it, the more you can get to where Denver can win the game. If you just look at it, you pick the Patriots and you move on and start thinking about the Seahawks-Rams.
Ryan sent us this clip of Stephen A. Smith, and he's like, Patriots, if you lose this game, it's bad for you. And then it's like, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
It'd be the blown opportunity of all blown opportunities if you lose this one.
Yeah, it's not great. Yeah. What's funny is if Denver wins this game, the reason I said 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl is that for 2 weeks, Peyton can bask in that. And then when they go to the Super Bowl and get absolutely run, it's going to be like that, Grossman Bears team and all the other horrible teams that have been to the Super Bowl
who got beat
and
by
gotten
Peyton
killed.
Manning, yeah.
Yeah, it's quick. I don't think Sean Payton, if they win this game, is forever remembered for this AFC Championship game, just because championship games generally aren't remembered like that. But for 2 weeks.
Well, and that's it. I have my questions about the Patriots' chances against the Rams or Seahawks. If Denver wins, I have no questions.
Can you imagine what the spread would be?
It's going to be
10, 15.
It's going to be 7.5. Depending if they play the Rams, it's going to be ridiculous.
It'd be more than a touchdown
because everyone's got the Rams in the Super Bowl. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Essentials. Fred, what's it like to work with Hardy and Wallace?
What a golden ticket I've gotten.
There you have it. Toucher and Hardy resumes on the Sports Hub.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
All right, it is the Toucher and Hardy email bit. It's powered by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Don't just send an email. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777 or visit gottagetglassman.com. Everyone wants to email the show. They're very involved. Oof. Go to 98.5 The Sports Hub, and you can find our email addresses. You can find us on social media at Toucher and Hardy, at Hardy985, and on Instagram. The whole show goes down to at Fred Toucher, which is a money-making proposition. We're talking $5 a month. This is what's on everyone's mind is what Kim is. So I see Kim, I get very excited. I say a female listener. I go, woo.
Not necessarily.
That's true. Maybe it's
Kim
a guitar player from Soundgarden. Says,
Kim Thiel.
Yeah. Says, what the hell did you do? My daughter and I watch you on YouTube every morning and listen to you on the way to school. She's 11. She walked out of her room this morning and said, what the hell did Fred do with his face?
Yeah.
What the hell did Fred do to his face?
Oh, no.
I'm going to have nightmares now, she says. Grow the beard back seriously. Bare face doesn't suit you. Love you, Kim. You know what bare face doesn't suit you means? You're very ugly. You're ugly. And your face needs to be covered up. But Kim, this is something I came to the realization of. When I shaved my face, I thought it might be some miraculous return to youth, getting rid of all that gray on my face.
Bare face.
Well, the opposite would be bare face, would be a beard. That's really the irony of it. Is that B-E-A-R face is the complete opposite of B-A-R-E face.
Nerdy bear. Behind the glasses, you were dirty bear.
Yeah, Nerdy Bear was his attempt at a sequel, kind of a flailing attempt at recreating the magic of the Bear song.
Do you want the attack email out of the way?
Sure.
All right. Fred, in one segment, you didn't know about the Bruins' historic game in Tampa and said Spinderella died. Unless she died in Andre Rison's house fire, Lisa Left Eye Lopez started, Spinderella is still with us. I hope Jordan Hudson points out these mistakes in an Instagram post where her and Bill are dressed as Salt and Pepper. Also, I have a show opening for Steve Sweeney at the Norwood Theater tomorrow. You should all attend. Mike O'Brien.
Well, look at Steve Sweeney still playing theaters.
Yeah, he is.
He's
been around a long time.
I know. He did radio, I think, when I was in the building. Did he have the ZLX morning show when I first was there?
Maybe. Yeah, I think so. I think Sweeney was doing mornings at ZLX when I was there, too.
Yeah, he might have been still kicking around doing radio. But I see him in those Fairley Brothers movies. I'm aware of Steve Sweeney, very aware. I can pick him out of a crowd, no question. I did not know that the Bruins are playing in Tampa in a stadium. It's listed as a neutral site, which I don't think is fair. It's very in Tampa's favor, the game being in Tampa, I would say.
Yes, and their home ice advantage because of the fans there is...
And well done by the NHL for keeping these outdoor games as special as they are. Is because that I'm a Bruins fan on the Bruins station.
Sure.
And I'm not making excuses, but just the idea that I didn't know there was an outdoor game.
Yeah,
If we could find a guy that didn't know who Drake May was, then I'm going to question the amount of public knowledge there is about this outdoor stadium game.
The publicity for this game is just a little bit less than the first one at Fenway Park. Just a little bit, not as much surrounding
The
it.
one that I took a million pictures at until I got to the seat and realized this was a bad idea.
You were in the right field corner. That wasn't good.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought this was some big historic thing.
Right.
Like it seemed very special at the time.
It did until you got there and realized you couldn't see the bottom half of all the skaters.
Right.
That was a big problem. You mentioned.
But by the way, just to clarify, Spinderella is still with
Yes,
us.
still with
in
us.
fact, all of Salt and Pepper are still with us.
Correct.
I made an error in that way.
Spinderella, all live.
But Spinderella is no longer in the group. That's what I had.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Did not know that.
So I thought she died because I thought there's only one way in and one way out. Blood in, blood out.
Sure.
I didn't think that you could just leave Salt and Pepper.
I think the DJ from Incubus has taken her place.
Then how is Incubus going to tour? That's a whole thing. You can't be both on the road at the same time.
Real quick, you had trouble picking out Marco Sturm earlier, and we have.
I see what you're focused on.
Well, no, we have a game idea from Adam. Is it Marco Sturm or Gene Simmons? Listen, it's very, very close. Adam, could you turn me up for a second? Let's see if we can find out for ourselves.
Well, they're selling something. It's Gene Simmons.
Well, let's see.
Two things we talked about. Say we want to play 5-on-5. That didn't happen. And then we talked about face-offs.
Does that sound like Gene Simmons
I
to
thought
you?
you were going to give us a Gene Simmons.
No, I don't have a Gene Simmons. This happened really quick. I don't have a Gene Simmons.
Well,
here.
usually if you're playing either or, you would have some audio of the other person.
I apologize. I did not have Gene Simmons, but it's
Well,
not like you don't know what he sounds like. So
I think this experiment is premature.
Okay.
Okay. So as many mistakes as I've made today, that might be the one for all over.
We started the show talking a lot about random nudity in 80s comedies.
Yes.
And Sarah from Everett chiming in as always. The girl gets shot out of the chimney in Weird Science. Again, she flies out of the chimney. She's topless. She lands in the pool, I believe. And that is, I think, the only nudity in the movie.
Well, certainly they only loosely imply that the woman that they created has sex with either one of them. As an adult, I didn't even as a kid think they did. As an adult, I see now that it's implied heavily.
Yes.
Especially with the one that's not Anthony Michael Hall.
He's wearing her briefs when he comes out of the...
Which, if you've ever had sex before, obviously is what you do.
Yeah.
You put on the woman's underwear. That's how you signal to other mates that you're no longer available, is that you're wearing the woman's underwear.
Right.
So we've all been there before. But I know she doesn't get nude. I know that they make an excuse for her breast size. Again, we were back to 80s breast size. Because they, of course, at first make the breasts very big on the computer program. And then there is a conversation about how they shouldn't be so big. And then they were brought back down.
Because they were tapped into what the audience wanted, Fred. You think they did it as a means to justify casting Ms. LeBrock in that role.
If you gave nerds, high school nerds, an opportunity to make a woman, I will just refer you to the animated film Heavy Metal. When that exact same thing happened, and you can see what they made.
You love to see him.
Yeah.
In fact, it gets to the point where one of the characters is very small and the woman is huge and he's jumping up and down upon her bosom. That's a whole big thing. Try that getting through your head when you're a little kid. That used to be on TV. I go, what the hell are these kids in high school doing? Because I thought that was every kid in high school, because it was every kid with a Camaro and jean jacket. You know, I was like, Heavy Metal. What the hell's going on? All right, we will be back. Phil Perry, our good friend Phil Perry, will be here to discuss the AFC Championship game.
You're listening to Toucher and Hood. Patriots, Bruins, the Celtics. WBCFM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Beasley Media Group station celebrating 65 years of broadcasting.
Sports Hub headlines. Presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots held their first practice of the week yesterday with the AFC Championship game in Denver coming up on Sunday. Harold Landry and Martin Mapu, the only two players not to participate. Mac Hollins not out there, didn't have his practice window opened by the team. Carlton Davis coming back from a concussion, but he was out there with the red non-contact jersey on. Mike McCarthy now reportedly the front runner to become the next head coach in Pittsburgh. Celtics beat the Indiana Pacers 119-104 at TD Garden last night. Jaylen Brown led the Green with 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. They visit Brooklyn tomorrow night. Bruins are home to play Las Vegas this evening. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 6:30 and the face-off at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins yesterday also signed winger Alex Steves to a 2-year contract extension. It's a prize package worth $1.625 million a season, and the Yankees have re-signed outfielder Cody Bellinger to a 5-year, $162.5 million contract. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the $14.99 Big Deal Meals at the 99, like the juicy chopped sirloin. All Big Deal meals are now available all day, every day for just $14.99. You gotta love the nines. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
New England plays here.
Ball down the right side. It's a separation. Touchdown pass. Yes. Perfect dive from Drake May.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
IYKYK, which obviously YD. Okay?
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
You know, we played a lot of different environments, and you're going to take care of the football. You're going to have to try to find a way to win in critical situations at the end of the half. So I think each game kind of has its own story, but you better take care of the football, especially in Denver.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, and you can watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. If you missed anything, you can download the podcast wherever that is available. Phil Perry covers the Patriots for NBC Sports Boston. Everyone's very riled up about the AFC Championship game. Hello, Phil.
Very riled up.
You were correct in your prediction that the Patriots were going to win in the divisional round, so congratulations on that.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so you're you know Jared Stidham in that you covered him.
I did. Yep.
Okay. Is there? We talked about this earlier with a Denver writer. Now, Bo Nix is erratic. Bo Nix is responsible for this team winning 15 games, but he is erratic. He seems to shine when it matters most, but up until that point, it can be a real disaster. Can you perform mental gymnastics to make you think that in a defensive battle, a steadier option at quarterback in Jared Stidham, conceivably steadier option, this is all, again, mental gymnastics, in a way, is an advantage, especially with a great offensive mind like Sean Payton at the helm?
So I can't, even doing the mental gymnastics that you described, I can't twist myself into that pretzel where I come to the point where I say Stidham is actually an advantage over Nix. I think where you might be able to get yourself, if you're flexible enough, is to say that you might get close to breaking even. Because what Stidham might be able to do that maybe at times Nix has not is just play a little steadier. Just have the hands on 10-2, manage the game, take whatever plan that Sean Payton has implemented, screen heavy, potentially. They are a team that is very reliant on yards after the catch. So if you can throw it short and not turn it over, you might be okay with that. Now, the drawback, and I think it's a significant one, for Stidham, and this is assuming we have any idea how he's going to play, which we don't because he hasn't played in 2 years. So, take that as the caveat here. But he will not, in my opinion, be able to run the mobile quarterback stuff that the Broncos have really lived off of.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix threw more on the run than anybody this year, and not only that, he's thrown more on the run than anybody in the next-gen stats era, which dates back to 2016. So there's a lot of this, not only scramble drill stuff where he's trying to create off schedule, but a lot of designed moving pockets, rollout plays. And Stidham's not a horrible athlete. I remember writing about this when we thought he might be the guy taking over before the Patriots signed Cam Newton. But he is not so mobile that you're going to want to run him that much. So can he do the occasional design bootleg the way like a Jared Goff would? Sure. Yeah, he could do that. But he's not going to scramble around and create yardage on his own. I mean, Bo Nix has been their leading rusher a number of different weeks this year because the Broncos' run game really hasn't been all that good. So he's not that kind of player, and I think that's where you see a significant step back by making this change here.
Yeah, I think the way I'm looking at it is you have to twist yourself into, some kind of a knot in order to think that Denver is going to be just fine or somehow even better. And when you just look at the game from the outset, the way things went down at the end of the Broncos-Bills game and how the Patriots have gotten here, I'm thinking that Drake May's last two games have been a bit of an anomaly, the way he's played. He's due to play better. The Broncos are hamstrung by what happened at quarterback. You just have to do so much thinking and configuring and equation building to think how the Broncos are somehow going to be okay or more.
I got one. What if the Texans never turn the ball over? This is just an idea. I'm just trying to think of things to make it more interesting. What if the Texans never turn the ball over? Like, say Stroud was bad but didn't turn the ball over. They don't get the Marcus Jones pick six. Is there any way the Texans win that game if they don't turn the ball over?
Potentially.
Yeah, but
Sure.
but also it's just as easy to say that May would have been a little bit better.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that. You're saying just creating an opposite scenario, though. Like a scenario where, like, if May is status quo as he's been in the playoffs, like we've been through this. If you were told May fumbled 5 times in the playoffs in the first 2 games, you wouldn't have liked your chances.
Right.
So say May plays like that. Like, say he throws a pick and fumbles and loses a fumble, and Denver doesn't turn the ball over. Can a guy, just like Phil said, just not turn the ball over? You win a field position battle. I mean, I hate going back to it, but I'm sorry. It's just a game I remember. I saw the Denver beat the Jets in Germany or in wherever 13-11. I mean, it was Bo Nix was terrible in that game. Could you just survive a game? Like, Nix he was 19 of 30 for 170 yards and 74 yards in that game, but Fields threw for 45.
Yeah, and he missed a wide open Garrett Wilson.
Right.
I remember that. Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering though, like, if you don't turn the ball over, if that defense, if it plays up to its potential, if you can just survive a game.
Can you? Yes. How likely is that to happen with Jarrett Stidham at quarterback? I would say it's relatively low based on what we do know about him, right? So a couple of numbers here. First of all, the Broncos offense, even with Nix, is middle class. It's just not that good. They were 16th in points per drive this year. They were 19th in success rate. So they're a middle of the pack kind of group. And for Stidham, even though we have very little in the way of recent sample size on him, he's thrown 197 passes in his career. Among 102 quarterbacks to throw at least 150 passes since Stidham has come into the league, he ranks 90th in interception rate. So this thing about, like, well, maybe he could just come in and manage the game and take care of the football. His interception rate is over 4. Like, when he struggles, it gets really bad for the offense. He's not he can just manage it and get you through it. He's 1-3 as a starter. He's really bad under pressure. He completes 40% of his passes when pressured.
That's good.
Yeah, it's rough, and I think it's going to end up being a similar sort of game plan to what we saw for the Patriots against C.J. Stroud, who was a very different quarterback under pressure versus when kept clean. When Stidham's been clean, he's completed 70% of his passes. So if you let him sit back there and throw it short, he'll complete the football. But if you can bother him a little bit, I think this is going to mean a blitz-heavy game plan again for the Patriots. If you can bother him a little bit, he'll make a mistake.
Say Denver, and I understand the numbers you went over. Say Denver is allowed and can run the football against the Patriots, and Nick Bonito lines up across from Will Campbell for the entire afternoon. And the pass rush begins to get to Drake May. I mean, Denver led the NFL in sacks, correct? Would that be enough to change the outcome.
The run game equation part of it is one that I'm going to find fascinating on Sunday, whichever way it goes, because since week 11, they've averaged only 3.5 yards per carry. They can't run the football. Now, they might be getting running back J.K. Dobbins back, who is a sneaky, important player in this game, and I would very rarely say that about any running back, especially one who is – it's J.K. Dobbins. It's not Derrick Henry, right? It's not Adrian Peterson in his prime. But they were an effective running team with him. So if he comes back and he's healthy, and I have big questions about that, he apparently, reportedly, was dealing with a Liz Frank injury, which is like a 3-month recovery, generally speaking, and he's now back like 1 month later. So even if he plays...
Is that high ankle?
Liz Frank is foot.
A foot, okay.
So I don't know if the reporting just was wrong on that, or if he has somehow found a way to 3x the recovery time on that type of injury, which there should be an investigation. That's the case. Right. No. Yeah. But, like, I just, again, we're twisting ourselves. We're doing the Kerry Strug thing. We're trying to do the mental gymnastics. This is not a group that looks like it's going to be able to withstand losing its starting quarterback. And I personally, given the way the Patriots defense has played of late, it's hard for me to envision them scoring much more than like 13 points in this game.
On this show, we call that a Mary Lou.
Yeah, no, that's a wrong.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Reference.
That's my fault.
Now, if you were going to go 902-0, you would say Strug, but you didn't. That's okay.
She was on 902-0?
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember that one. But I believe you.
It's true.
No, well, no, you know.
Yeah.
Mac Hollins going to play? I thought he was going to play. He's not practicing yesterday.
I think his teammates thought he was going to play, too. The fact that they didn't open his window
and again,
was interesting.
Like, if you were to tell me at any point, even during the season when he was playing well, that, like, Mac Hollins, would somehow be a concern, and it's not make or break. But I do think he was an interesting option more than a handful of times for Drake May this year. That, that big target out there that's not speedy, doesn't have to be a perfect throw, but big catch radius.
No question, Hardy. And he gives you just another option at that receiver position where if you were doing a tail of the tape and it was just Broncos corners on one side and Patriots receivers on the other, like you might have to lean towards the Broncos corners in that situation, primarily because they have former Defensive Player of the Year and Patrick Surtain over there. But he would just give you a little bit more depth. I know the team was optimistic when he initially went on IR that after the 4 weeks he'd be able to come back. This guy's incredibly tough, and they felt as though even if he was being bothered by something, that there was going to be a chance for him to come back. And maybe there still is. We shouldn't completely rule it out. But if you don't practice on Wednesday when you have the opportunity to open your window, that's, to me, probably not a great sign.
He would have to be out there today and a full participant, I would think, in order to
He could be limited. He could be out there and limited today and tomorrow, and I think still have a chance.
All right.
But, again, like if he was chomping at the bit, and they were chomping at the bit to get him out there, yesterday would have been a good time.
Right.
To start.
The two wide receivers for Denver that people thought might not play were both limited in practice yesterday. They were both out there.
I just think in a game where you could conceivably see like a 17-13 type of affair, just one catch, on 1 3rd down on a play that I could envision going to Mac Hollins could be a difference maker.
I agree. And listen, I think this Broncos defense, while very, very good, and the pass rush in particular is excellent, they have come back to earth a little bit late in the season. Since week 12, they've basically seen 3 starting caliber quarterbacks: Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, and Jordan Love. And in those 3 games, the Broncos have allowed 30 points per game and almost 400 yards of offense. So you look at it and you look at some of the other quarterbacks that they've played in that time span, and it's, they played against Trey Lance for the Chargers. Marcus Mariota had a tremendous game against them for the Commanders. Chris, and I keep screwing his last name up, but Oladokun, who filled in he was the 3rd string quarterback after Patrick Mahomes and Gardner Minshew got hurt. Kenny Pickett they saw for a handful of snaps against the Raiders. So late in the season, they have come back to earth a little bit. I think there are maybe some holes in that secondary where if you have time, if you're Drake May, you're going to be able to attack them down the field a little bit.
Yeah, it seemed like things almost flipped halfway through the season when they were completely relying on their defense in the first half of the season. It's funny how they've won games this year. Like, it's just they haven't been like, there's not a steady narrative where the defense has dominated and the offense did just enough. Like, it has flipped itself on its head. That's why I got off late in the season, that whole you don't want to play Denver and situation, because I still thought if Knicks was healthy that Denver would win because it's in Denver. But that notion that defense is this incredible all-world defense seems a little flawed.
I just don't think they're that. They haven't been that late in the season. It doesn't mean they're not good. I mean, John brings up Nick Bonito. Nick Bonito is one of 2 players in the NFL this year to have a 20% pressure rate. 1 out of every 5 dropbacks, Nick Bonito is somewhere near your quarterback and maybe hitting him. The only other player who qualifies who has a similar number of snaps this year was Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
So, that's the kind of season that Bonito's had. Zach Allen is the only player since J.J. Watt to have multiple 40 quarterback hit seasons. He did it this year and he did it last year. So, Zach Allen and Bonito on the left side against Will Campbell and Jared Wilson, that could be, a matchup that ends up in some ways determining the game. And maybe that does lead to some of these Patriots turnovers that could end up keeping it close.
Yeah, and the stuff with May fumbling is just an internal clock. He mentioned that. It's just being aware of people in your, if you can't see him, just kind of having a clock in your head.
He seemed like he had, if I were to try and get inside his head, that he had an extra half second. And maybe all season long he's had that extra
He
half
had
second.
trust. Oh, okay, he'll hold him off for X amount of time. And
Right.
it didn't happen.
Just need another split second here to get this pass off, because on a couple of them they were close. I don't know that he knew the pressure was there, but it's like I got just a little more time here, and he didn't.
Yeah, I think there are a couple where, to me, it's hard because you don't want to take away his ability to just feel as though he has time and space in the pocket to make a play down the field, because it's part of the reason they've been so good offensively this year, is because he is in some ways unbothered by the rush.
And you don't want him to take off running.
You don't want him to turtle or take off running just because it's, these guys there's no shot I'm going to be protected on this play. So as soon as I get to the top of my drop, if the ball's not out immediately, I just got to go down. So you don't want to take that away from him. It's the plays the plays where Will Campbell is beat immediately off the snap and the guy is on Drake May in less than 2 seconds. I don't know what you can do about that if you're Drake May.
Right.
It's the second reaction plays in the pocket where he's sliding around. He knows there are bodies around him and he might get hit. Those are probably the ones, especially this week, when you know the situation, you know your defense can win this game for you. You just really are the ones on the offensive side that can't screw it up. Those are the ones you might have to be a little bit more conservative and just say, I'm going to hold on to the ball here and go down.
It seemed like Houston knew what they were doing, too, in that, okay, you might not get to him, but he's vulnerable, if you can just get an arm on him. Maybe in a way that's – because you could see that, there were – some of those fumbles, he wasn't going to get hit necessarily. He was just, an arm's length away, right? So you could just, if you can slap at his arm, it seemed – like Houston knew what they were doing. It seemed like Anderson knew what he was doing. It seemed like he knew if he was in the vicinity, maybe instead of bull rushing that extra foot, you get your arm out there, and it seemed like almost that was coached, but that could just be me.
Those guys are so good and so smart and long. Bonito is going to be an interesting one for Campbell because he's just a little different type of rusher. He's more, I would say, speed-based than power-based.
Well,
whereas the two Houston guys are great.
He got beat each way the last 2 weeks.
We've had this conversation for 2 weeks. Is that Campbell struggles against power guys, and then maybe Anderson's not the same as the Chargers, and that he's more strength and power and speed. And
it turns out he gets beat every which way.
Yeah, and I think it's a fair point. I think the speed you become a little bit more vulnerable to it when you know the guy has the power to drive you back into the quarterback too. So does he play it any differently? We'll see, I guess, but he's got to turn it around.
All right. Well, listen, we'll see about that. It's very controversial, the play of Will Campbell, but it doesn't seem that it would need to be because it gets pointed out by the analysts in every game. It's become part of the national storyline. When you watched the Charger game and you heard Collinsworth talking about Campbell over and over again. And then to the point where when you heard Romo and Nance, it was just part of the story. like it was almost told to you like you knew. And as you know, Campbell has struggled. And as you know, like it was almost, it had gone from, hey, look at how Campbell's struggling in the wild card round to, as you know, Campbell struggled. So he's become, and I guess he was like despondent or something after the game, or certainly not enjoying the victory as much as his teammates on Sunday. So, I mean, it's like it or not, Campbell going into this game is going to be something being discussed during the game. Should you be listening to it on the radio or watching it on television? It just will be a matter of discussion. It is what it is. All right, we'll be back. More of our friend Phil Perry in just a moment.
I'm gonna take a look and take it down.
All right, we are Toucher and Hardy. Phil Perry from NBC Sports Boston, who covers the Patriots, is here. All eyes are on Sunday. We've gone through the mental gymnastics involving Stidham as the starting quarterback for Denver. It doesn't look good. Any analysis of the game seems to be in favor of the Patriots, so that leads to this question. Look, the found money and all these things and, all this platitudes to the team were used all season because what did you have them at before the season? You were kind of more bullish than most, but what did you have them at?
I think I had them at 9 wins, which
was very bullish.
A lot of people. Oh yeah, do you think so? I felt like I was kind of in the middle, but
oh no,
sure. Okay.
Before the season?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that was high. 9 wins pretty high, so you had them like
9
a wild card
wins
team.
in like maybe in the postseason.
Okay.
All right. Yeah,
So-
you were higher on them than most, I think.
But whatever, a 9-win team generally doesn't make the divisional final, so conference final rather. So here we are, but with the injury to Knicks, I think if Knicks plays, you're on the road in Denver. It's a very difficult place to win. It's disappointing, but it's not heartbreaking. You go on, and the future looks bright. Now the future obviously still looks bright, but it's very difficult to make the Super Bowl. If the Patriots happen to lose this game, can you think of a worse loss other than the undefeated season? And they had Super Bowls, so I'd even argue that. But can you think of a worse loss for the team in the years you've been a fan and covering them?
2010 to the Jets.
Yeah. Oh,
that was
great.
Can't wait.
I like that game though.
Yeah, you like that game, yeah. But that was a good team. Brady was
14-2.
Brady was MVP
Santonio
that
Holmes
year.
Game. Yeah.
And Mark Sanchez came to Gillette.
He played well in that game too.
He played
Sanchez
well,
did.
and the defense played great. And yeah, that one was. But to your point, that was a different type of team. It had, plenty of recent success. Maybe that makes it more heartbreaking for fans. I don't know. But
Was
that's
that the first
one
year
that
the Jets
stands out.
made the AFC Championship game, or was that the second year in a row? They made 2 in a row.
I thought that was the first.
That Jet team was pretty good. I don't know. Sanchez ended up being a bad quarterback, but he went to back-to-back AFC Championship games, and they had really good skill position players, and they had an elite defense. And that's earlier, too. It's like you make this run, you go through 2 all-world defenses. Well, certainly 2 very good defenses, 1 all-world defense. You get to the AFC Championship game. The team you're playing loses their starting quarterback on the second to last, third to last play of the game. The Jets are the Jets, but if you're not, laundry aside, you're pretty much being handed a golden opportunity,
Yes.
a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, I would say this one would be as much of a gut punch, and I think partly because play this out. If the Patriots do end up losing, why would that be? It would be in all likelihood because they turned the ball over, and so the quarterback is going to factor in there somehow, right? Is my guess, unless it's a bunch of Ramondre Stevenson fumbles or something like that. But if it ends up being they lose because Drake May, who's had this tremendous season, he might actually win the MVP award, because he had another game where he put the football on the ground. That, to me, I think amplifies it, and I don't anticipate this happening. But if we're going to play it out, now you're going through an offseason of, dude, what the hell is that offensively? In
And
the
look at what
postseason
happened
there?
to Stroud his rookie year until now. Can a guy, will that get in May's head?
Don't do that. Don't.
Well, you've seen guys have. Mark Sanchez. That you just mentioned him. Mark Sanchez took a team to back-to-back, and that was the second one you said.
Second
John.
one, yeah.
All right, so that I would counter that was a pretty good Jet team that was coming off an AFC.
They were
Championship
11-5 that year, 9-7 the first time they made the run. That team that beat the
But
Patriots.
they had
11-5.
the Patriots had just bludgeoned them too, a
Yes.
month earlier.
Right.
They
No, that's
won
true.
like
it's
45
it's
to
a bad
10 or
loss, and
something.
it was an unexpected win for the Jets. But I'm not backup quarterback.
This would be
Right.
the worst.
Right.
Next to that undefeated season where they lost in the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
the Giants. This is number 2.
But
easily.
But
if
with
they
that
lost
one,
this
that Giants game, as I remember, the spread on that was something stupid. Based on what, everyone had just decided that the Patriots were going to be undefeated. They had played, a few weeks before the
last
Super
game
Bowl.
of the regular season.
What was it, 3-4 point game?
It was close.
It was close.
They needed a Moss touchdown at the end to win.
Yeah, and so it's like, just based on those two teams, they were more evenly matched than people were thinking or realizing going into that Super Bowl. This one, based on Stidham being in, it seems more lopsided. And I'm with you, Phil, that, I was at that Jets game. Nobody could believe it. Despite the fact that the Jets were coming off an AFC appearance this season before. You're at home. The conditions were favorable to the Patriots in every way. The fact that Welker had to sit out, the opening kick didn't really factor in. He was playing the rest of the game. Everything was leading toward the Patriots being able to win that game. So I think that's a good call.
What year was that?
2009.
Okay.
Well, no, 2009.
I remember Be Real was at
2010.
It was 2010. I think it was the 2010
January
season.
of 2011.
It was the 2009 season.
No.
2010
Oh, it was the 2010 season.
They've
going
been
into
to the
11.
AFC Championship in 09.
They beat him on my birthday.
Yep. Oh, yeah. When was that again? January what?
16th.
16th, right.
The
Wow.
09
Happy
the 09
birthday to
season.
you.
The 09 season was
a
sort of
lovely
a
birthday.
Right,
was sort of a mess.
09 season was that
was not a great one. That was one where they had
and Welker tore his ACL in Houston, right?
a football life with Bill Belichick following him around all year, and they had him and Brady on the sidelines in New Orleans. I just can't get them to play the way they need to play.
Yeah, that was bad.
And that was, I think they lost to the Ravens. Ray Rice, first play from scrimmage, I believe, ran for an 80-yard touchdown.
I thought that was Welker tearing his ACL in Houston, the last game of the season, and they had to go to play Houston without him. I might be wrong, but I thought that's what that year was.
I remember that.
Do you remember Sean Green? I'm looking at the box score right now. I don't.
Sean Green? Oh, yeah, Jets running back Sean Green?
I don't recall him playing.
Big
I
fella.
remember LaDainian Tomlinson and Joe McKnight on that team because they invested a big pick in Joe McKnight. But I don't remember Sean Green. I remember him in Tennessee.
Let's project forward here just for a moment, okay? Because you twist yourself into knots thinking, Denver wins, but all right, let's say it goes chalk here, and the Patriots end up going to the Super Bowl. Let's project. You're playing either the Rams or the Seahawks. How do you like that matchup?
I think they're both difficult. I think you'd rather see the Seahawks, believe it or not, even though they might have the best defense in football. And it feels like we've been saying that every single week for Patriots opponents for the last month, but it might be true. The way the Seahawks are playing, especially lately, they have been fantastic on that side of the ball. And you saw it against that Niners team. The Niners are really banged up, and so they made them look even better than maybe they are. But I think you'd rather see Seattle just because one team has Sam Darnold and the other team has Matthew Stafford. And I hate to boil it down and sound so simplistic, but Darnold, for as good as his numbers have been in spurts this year, he does still make the occasional mind-numbing mistake.
Well,
and
it's
Stafford
not
is
just-
somebody that I think you'd trust much more in a situation like that.
And especially the guys that he's throwing to. I mean, it's like, do you really want to go play a team where, let's say, your offense, figures itself out and you don't have to play as stout a defense as you would against Seattle? You want to get into a shootout against Stafford and Nakua and Devontae Adams? Is that something you would wish for?
No, and I think LA is going to win that game. I think they're going to go on the road, and I think they're going to win because this time of year you have to have belief that your quarterback has the confidence not to screw it up. I just don't feel that way about Sam Darnold these
I saw
days.
a stat recently that no indoor team has ever won a conference championship game outdoors. And I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what this case is.
Well, only two teams win conference championship games, Kansas City and New England. So that
it's been a while.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe it was over the
how
last
far would you have to
15
go
years?
back?
Yeah.
Indianapolis with Peyton Manning, when they won the conference championship game, that was at home in a dome. So there might be other examples, but they're hard for me to think of off the top of my head. The Ravens are an outdoor team. They've been to the Super Bowl. They've been to conference championship games.
And if you're thinking about dome teams, you don't have to worry about the Lions winning a conference championship, that's for sure. As they lost to San Francisco after having that game in hand.
They did? I don't remember that.
You were in a sour mood the next day, I'll tell you that. And we had just started.
That's about as upset as I've ever seen you. That
the
following morning.
It's the most upset I've ever been at the outcome of any game ever.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Sure.
I could see that. having it in your hand and then having
people
it slip away.
texting me their congratulations at halftime.
I don't care for that.
Well, to give you credit, you said, I don't want to look at any of this. These are the Lions.
These people don't know. You've been watching them for a year or two.
Do you ever turn off the TV before a field goal?
No.
Like an important field
can't
goal?
do that. No.
Oh, yeah, I do.
No, I can't do that.
I do find it interesting.
And then I'll look
when
on
you-
my phone to see if it was made.
It's because you can't watch?
When
Yeah.
you'll see quarterbacks from either side not watching on the sideline. You know, the field
I like
goal.
that.
It's too
But
random.
can you imagine being the quarterback and not watching?
Yes.
No, I love that because it is like a subtle little shot at the kicker.
Well, no,
right? It's like I got very little
All
faith
right.
in this guy.
So
Can't even look.
You could make the argument that a couple of these games that went into overtime, punters had a lot to do with it, let alone kickers, punters. You can go to the Rams game where there were important punts in the Rams game and in the Buffalo game. So when playoff games, important games come down to really like arbitrary garbage, like a punt or like a field goal, it seems very unfair to me. And so I even in games that aren't overly important, I will turn it off if it comes down to a field goal or if there's some kind of, because the announcers will talk like the game's over. Like when the Rams were going for a touchdown in overtime, when they could have just kicked the 46-yard field goal outside in negative degree weather in Chicago, the Windy City, they're like, oh wow, McVay's going for a touchdown, and you're like, well, you're talking about like this is an automatic situation. So the announcers are talking about it's just automatic. Like it's going to happen. It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. So if you're watching it, it's much easier not to be watching and find out about it through your telephone than it is to be watching the ball fly through the air. I find. It's almost like it didn't happen, and you can adjust when you turn it back on.
You alter your own reality in the moment.
Yeah, do you assume that they missed, and then would make
Depends
yourself
who's
pleasantly
playing.
surprised?
It
if
depends
actually
how
goes
much I
through?
like the team. If I like the team a great deal, I assume they missed. If I do not like the team, I assume that they made it. It's inverse on my fandom of the team.
Gotcha. Okay. I think that makes sense. That's smart by you.
Yeah.
They maybe special teams nugget about that NFC championship game is that the Rams special teams not very good. So that could end up being a deciding factor.
Yeah, they have a kicker. The guy who made the field goal in overtime, the 46-yarder, is a street free agent kid that they picked up, late in the or middle of the season. So he's a little bowling ball of a fella.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's a little tub of goo.
Yeah, thick young man.
Yeah, he is.
Thick young man. A little Nicholas in him.
Great kicker name too, Mevis.
Yeah.
Harrison Mevis.
Yeah. I wonder if
he was predestined.
Yeah, you got any Beavis and Butthead backlash on him, or maybe he's too young. All right, Phil Perry, thank you, my friend. NBC Sports Boston, be watching him. We will be back to steer the boat ashore in just a moment.
Essential Sports Hub headline present.
Lease offers happening every day at colonialvw.com. Yes, you can have it all at Colonial. I was telling Hardy in one of the breaks, I've been up since 3:30 this morning, which is not usually my thing. I'm usually up a little like 4:45-ish. And with all I was up and I was like doing dishes and stuff, and I got to tell Hardy, I don't feel hustle. I don't feel like I'm grinding. So this whole notion of Wahlberg saying to get up and like play golf at 4 a.m.
Well, because you got up and did a bunch of domestic stuff, you got to get up and start doing burpees.
You got to get your testosterone going. You can't do this female crap.
Right.
Might as well crying game yourself and stand in front of the mirror if you're just going to fold laundry and do the dishes.
That's right.
If you're going to, I got up at 3:30. Oh, what'd you do? I watched Dawson's Creek and did some needlepoint. Yeah, you're not going to feel great.
It's funny. Every time my ex-wife comes to the house, I'll be like, huh? You thought this was all going to be crumbling around me.
Oh, yeah.
And look at it now.
You got something to prove.
I'm very domestic. And by the way, this place is bigger than ours. Old one. I'll have you know.
Yeah, you should point that out.
Well, listen, what's done is done. What's done is done. She got the house.
Man. Yep. Did she ever?
But I've triumphed. Now there's a shared wall, but it is in square footage, a bigger place.
Yeah, good for you. You won.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very self-serving stack segment here. I have to get something going. You'll remember when the president visited my home here a week or two ago. The president of Buddha, the Boston Ultimate Disc Alliance, and they had asked me
to get it confused with something important.
The President Switzer, visited my home.
By the way, are we offended by the Buddha title?
No.
As it not being a non-Buddhist organization?
No, it's spelled differently.
It's the disc. The disc sport. It's all Zen.
I was asked to contribute
is it though? It's very competitive.
To their auction, a signed disc, which is now up for auction on the website.
Which website is that?
We'll send out a link, won't we?
Okay.
Please, Nick,
I think you knew.
Can we send out a link?
By bulk mail.
The Buddha disc signed by Hardy from the Sports Hub. Value, priceless. Signed Buddha disc with the personal message and signature of morning show host Rob Hardy Poole. Rob was a dominant handler for the Michigan State men's team and can still launch a flick. Second to his ultimate career, he is one of the hosts of the Sports Hub's top-rated morning show. Current bid, also opening bid, $25. Now, in my defense, a lot of these items have yet to get bids, and I was told by President Switzer, this is a late arriving crowd when it comes to bids for this annual auction that Buddha does. But I do feel like maybe we could prime the pump a little bit with some bids.
First of all, you're being outshined by all the Oklahoma memorabilia from Mr. Switzer as provided. But I will, as he is kin.
Different Switzer.
Oh.
I don't know if he's from the same lineage.
No, he's been disinherited because of his his Frisbee alliance, but he is genetically.
Disc alliance.
I should have put
disc.
I should have put that quote on the disc. I should have said, when a football goes to sleep and dreams, it dreams of being a Frisbee.
But what did you write on it?
I wrote something else. You want to know the exact quote?
Yes, I do. What's the exact quote on the disc?
Okay. Well, I put 98.5 The Sports Hub at the top, company man. I signed it Hardy, a.k.a. the one-man cold. I'm the only one catching it, and I'm the only one coming down with it.
And no one's bid on it. No one's bid on it yet.
No bids. So you have to bid at least $26 to get in on the bidding for the disc. And I urge you to do so. And we'll send out a link on the show account, please. And thank you. Fred, you could bid on it.
You know what you should have wrote on that Frisbee? You should have wrote Leviticus 11:7-8.
Which you're looking at right now. You don't have this memorized.
Oh, I do not. I'm looking at it.
Okay.
But I did know of it.
All right. What is it?
Touching the skin of a dead pig makes one unclean.
And then put Wayne Gretzky / Hardy.
I haven't even mentioned it. Oh, so it's an old West Wing thing. Yeah. All right.
The pig has a split hoof divided in two, but doesn't chew the cud, so it is unclean. You may not eat their meat nor touch their carcasses. They are unclean to you.
That's right. Don't eat on pork.
Yeah.
I don't dig on swine.
You are not to touch people that touch that. They are unclean to you. These shall eat all that are in the waters. You can tell
Should
my
I put all
familiarity.
of that on there or just the first part?
Oh, you knock the whole thing out.
Okay.
Give everyone a little lesson. All right. Hardy's only got one more show until he's off to the seven seas, where he may eat all animals from and not fear a wrath of a higher power. But we will be back tomorrow, including our weekly appearance from Bert Breer, the football writer that's on year-round, and more in preparation of the big day on Sunday.